Are you ready?
Clear, clear, clear.
It's time for a live stream.
You are privileged AF.
It's important to remember that.
It's okay to cry.
And it's also common to experience
deep belly laughs.
Hi, I'm Keya.
Why does this sound cold every second?
If you like jokes about scams, spirituality, and toxic positivity,
It's so quantum.
This is actually legit.
it's time to tune into.
The mango frequency.
Wait, what?
So let's dive right in.
Got my celery juice right here.
I am not emotionally stable.
We ain't safe. Oh my God. Things are going well, guys. Things are going so well today. Let me tell you how well they're going. Hold on. So, welcome. I don't have a green screen today. I'm in a room. I'm sweating profusely, and I'm 15 minutes late. After rescheduling this stream 4 times, I think. I really do think that ScentBird has some sort of call into the universe because they don't want you to know this information. I'm telling you, everything in the world has prevented me from being here and delivering this important life-changing information. I'm bringing up the chat. Stand by. We're gonna make it work. Hello. Okay. Yeah, let's take a clear for all of our sakes. Oh my God.
Clear, clear, clear.
Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the real tea, everybody. So, God. So, this is the long-winded story that no one cares about, and it doesn't actually matter, but it will explain my change of times and lateness today. So, originally, this was going to be done at 12, but then I got invited to go line dancing last night, okay, with a friend, and I said, well, that might be a while. I even have the remnants. They put this on your wrist for some in your hand when you're line dancing. I don't know why. I guess because I'm 21. And so then I was like, well, 12 o'clock, I got to get up at 11 to like get ready and all that. Maybe I'll be tired. I want to have a day off, you know? I got stuff. I got to wake up early Sunday because I got a 5K. That's part of the story. So I'm like, I'll sleep in because I don't have to shoot this Friday. So it's like my day off Friday. It's exciting, whatever. Okay. So I was like, I'm going to sleep in. So let's move it to 2 o'clock. Gives me more time to get ready, to prepare, to investigate ScentBird CEO. I don't know how to pronounce her name. Mayra, something like that. Anyways, then, okay, so I'm like, let's push it to 2 o'clock. Then I did book an appointment with the doctor on Monday. And they called me and they said, actually, we have a last minute opening on Friday. And then if you do that, you get in earlier and you can get the rest of the process done earlier too. I'm like, all right, sure. Then I forgot I had already moved the stream to 2. So this was at 2:45. And I was like, well, shit. Okay, well, I already did it. I'll just push it to 4. Okay, then I go. It's a telehealth appointment, right? I go on this call for telehealth. Apparently, it was set up with the wrong person. Therefore, I'm sitting on the call for like 20 minutes. And I'm like, okay, like what the hell? Like, where's the doc? Then I have to message them, be like, she's not there. They send me with a new person. The call goes longer, so then I'm behind. And I had to go for a run today because I can't run at night, and it's been raining all week. So I had to go for a run after the appointment was done. And it was a quick 20-minute run, but it was cutting time very closely to when the stream was starting. So by the time I got back, it was already like 4:02. And I have to do this run because I have a 5K that I'm doing, like an actual running 5K with like a timer and everything on Sunday morning, a turkey trot. And, you know, life is tough. So therefore, that's why we're here today. Sweating, don't have anything set up green screen wise, but we're here. We're done talking about my problems, okay? I could talk for 72 years. Hence why I spend so much time in therapy. I have lots to complain about. All right, but we're not here for that. Okay? We're here to sit in a white room together and discuss someone else's problems for once, right? Am I right? Someone who's got a lot of money. Welcome, good spider, bad spider. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna open up the other chat so I can see everyone's messages on the YouTubers. And I also didn't stream last week. I think it's been a little while. I've been in a funky mood. It's been raining here. It's been a lot going on. It's been a lot, guys. Also, I don't know if anyone can relate. #relatable. But the holidays are a very hard time for me. I feel like if you have been around for a while on this channel, you might have picked up on that last year.
I want to be relatable.
Good spider, bad spider says, you're doing great, sweaty. Thank you. And this is not tarot merch, but it should be, right? This is actually a yoga shirt. That's like the yin and yang cats. Very appropriate. I also have matching coffee mugs. Thank you, Thweddy. Yeah, holidays are a tough time of year. If you want to see me have a mental breakdown, tune in around November through January, and you're most likely to experience one live on air. Rainy Cannon, thank you so much. Oh, see, 13 months, you're over a year. You're over a year old. It's time to start applying for preschools, okay? Rainy Cannon. 13 months. Yeehaw! Rooting for you. And I'm rooting for all of you as well. And for that I say.
People want their news from flawless, beautiful faces.
And there you are. You have it right now via me, okay? Also,
what up, homie?
There you go. And Lindsay, oh my God, Lindsay, you might be the longest member we have. Lindsay has been here for 14 months. You already should be applying to the most prestigious kindergartens, I think, at 14 months. I think you need to be upping your logic skills at this point, like LSAT prep. Thank you so much, Lindsay, for being here for this long. Holiday season is stress season. You're not alone. Thank you. I feel weird saying that in real life, everyone's like, oh, the holiday, I'm so excited. I'm like,
Oh, okay. Colts.
I get a little bit stressed. Just because I feel like there's so much pressure on all of us, and maybe I shouldn't speak for all of us collectively, but for me, there's so much pressure to appear happier than I typically actually feel. You're getting time off from work, which I'm happy about. Don't get me wrong. I love having time off from work, but then I got to fill this time with stuff. And then it's harder around this time because it's not all these activities you can do or all these things are open. So I have to fill my time doing something where when all the stuff is closed, you know what I mean? It's not the whole time, but if I'm bored or lonely or something and I'm like, okay, I need to go fill my time. It's I can go to the gym. I can go and hang out with a friend, but if everyone's doing family stuff, everyone's doing Christmas stuff, everyone's doing Thanksgiving, whatever, you're like, okay, what do I do? Twiddle my thumbs, walk around. I don't know. You have any tips? Usually people come to YouTube channels for tips, but I am here asking for your tips. What to do around the holidays. And then it's then I start to think about all the holidays from my childhood, and I'm like, I don't know. Should I be thinking about this? Should I be over this by now? Anyways. A lot comes up around this time of year. Plus, it's dark at night. And I just want it to be sunny.
Are you friggin' bonker pants?
Yes, I am. Angela Arnold, thank you for also being 14 months and Bun Mom 14 months. Dang, you guys are the real OGs. For reals.
This is actually legit.
This is so legit. Thank you, Angela Arnold, for being here. Angela Arnold says, Colleen and Helen hate the holidays too. Helen, where are you? Did I keep her in? Yes, I did.
Shout out to Helen.
And also...
Oh, okay. Colts.
Where's she be at?
There's Colleen.
And Bum Mom, thank you. Bum Mom says, yay for a Friday stream. Holidays are rough. I'm glad I'm not alone here. I'm glad I'm not around. JB says, oh, and Caitlin Amanda, 9 months. You're almost there, baby. You're almost there. 3 Taros. Tara, where are you? She'll come. She's coming at some point. We have been cuddling quite a bit lately. JB says, cuddle Taro and eat pancakes till January. Okay, fair enough. That is my plan. And I will be sticking to it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And Skirt Rocker, thank you. Welcome to day 1. The first day of the rest of your life. Welcome. Okay, so who are we talking about today? Let's get to it. Let's get to the meat of this potato. We are talking about ScentBird CEO. And if you are, which you probably are, most likely, a lot of fans of this channel are also fans of anti-MLM content. And Lali H, 4 months. Thank you so much. Woohoo. Glad I caught alive. And A Consul, another kindergarten applicant checking in. 14 months. You guys are crazy. Are you crazy?
No.
No, you're just really, really kind. And I appreciate you beyond any imagination. Okay. Keep that in mind. Never forget it.
You're not Mel Robbins. You'll never be Mel Robbins.
And also don't forget that. Okay, so if you're a fan of anti-MLM content, you probably have seen this company before, right? Because they are like the Casper mattress of perfumes. They are the HelloFresh of perfumes. They are, I'm trying to think of other ones that are always on every podcast. They are... what's the one? Manscapes or something. There's always like certain brands that come up constantly on podcast episodes. And ScentBird is one of those that comes up constantly on all YouTubes, like many creators. A lot of ASMR creators apparently get sponsored by ScentBird, and a lot of weirdly a little bit anti-MLM YouTubers, including CC Suarez is one. There's several others, but it just shows that this brand is not totally aligned with like only spirituality people or only life coach, positive vibe only channels. Like they are sponsoring people who expose scams and expose kind of toxic behavior online. So it's interesting. It sticks out to me even more. So here's the website of this company. Since I don't have the green screen, we're just gonna have to make myself in the corner here, old school style. So basically what it is a perfume subscription service. And if you want to have like expensive-ish, I guess, perfumes like Versace, Gucci, Prada, blah, 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 but you don't want to buy a whole bottle, you can get a subscription. And I guess they send some to you every month, and you get to have lots of different scents. So if you're really into perfumes and stuff, I suppose this would be something you'd be interested in. Okay, the company itself is fine. It's not an MLM. It's nothing to do with like how they sell. It's subscription. They sponsor creators that I like, to be honest. So like the company itself is fine. The weird part is their CEO. And she is out of her gosh darn mind. Okay. And I don't know, and I don't want to say this is dangerous. I mean, it could be. All this stuff, all this, like, anytime you have somebody who is like a prepper, doomsday prepper, or believes that they are talking to God all the time and that they have some sort of secret information, I think it could always lead to negativity at the least and dangerous behavior at the most. But I also think that it's not that point yet. But I want to go through why it's concerning, why it's weird, and I think maybe, just maybe, some of the creators that are taking money from ScentBird should maybe think twice. Just think twice. They don't have to, I'm not going to like denounce them and say, how dare you accept the money from this company. But I just think that they should do a little research and find out more about who they're giving, a shout out to. So let's go to, and we're going to have an issue pronouncing her name this whole stream. So we're going to let's call her M. Okay. Let's call her Lady M. Lady M is the CEO, and she started the company after moving from Russia. And she, I guess it's like her grandmother or something was very much into, scents and perfume and makeup. So she started the company in like honor of her. And she also has a couple other companies in the works that are related to like makeup and perfume. But the main one is ScentBird. Oh, CC Suarez is live right now. Hey, CC Suarez. Let's do a collab right now. A live collab where I denounce who you take sponsorships from. Okay, so let me pull up her account. All right, here we go. Now again, Lady M, this is Mariya official. If you were just to see this, it says she's a video creator, intuitive, energy alchemist, channel, podcaster, entrepreneur, author, only account, no readings at this time, loves, beware of scammers, but she doesn't consider herself a scammer, just to keep that in mind. So she's got a podcast, she's got meditation, she's got a YouTube channel, and then she's got these wild as hell Instagram videos. So her partner, I think it's her husband, her partner somehow gets her into a trance-like state by like hypnotizing her. Okay, this is coming from her own words. Her partner gets her into this hypnosis, and therefore then she starts channeling God and this entity that she calls the architect, who apparently designs the world that we live in and the multiple dimensions. And she is the person who is giving us information from this entity. Okay. Just pronounced as Mariya. Mariya. Let's call her Mariya. Mariya. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't think she's using her real name anymore anyway. She's like, you know, she's called like Zoob Zob Zeeb in the Intergalactic Federation, which apparently she's a part of. Okay, so let's just take a look. We're going to go to her Instagram. We're going to spend a lot of time on her Instagram, a lot of time on her YouTube, but I want to look at her website too. Oh yeah, she's got 2 books also. She's got a lot of time, this person, who's also running a pretty successful, seemingly successful startup company. Okay, so this is Lady M. Mariya, whatever we'll call her. Again, she's an intuitive energy alchemist, podcaster, entrepreneur, author. Okay, she's got the very typical out in Sedona photos. You know, she's one with nature. She's got a healing circle. Okay, who doesn't? Am I right? Who doesn't have a healing circle event? She's happy to announce her first live event. Okay, let's sign up now. Welcome to the Healing Circle with Mariya, my most personal and transformative offering yet. Okay, learn more. Okay, well, I guess we're skipping it. Here's a message about her live event. Ready?
Hello, my darlings. I wanted to talk to you about the new offering that I have. I am called to start what I refer to as the healing circles. The concept of a healing circle is something that I remember from past lives. I remember being a part of many circles, many spiritual circles, female and mixed and male circles when I was in a male body. And the magic of a circle is very sacred. Circles really bring us closer together. Circles are ancient healing spaces, collective spaces that we get to.
Circles are not squares. They are not rectangles, and they are not hexagons. One time I was a man.
Create and co-create with one another. And I have been doing a lot of work to cleanse and reforge and recalibrate the energy of the circle here on Earth. I have been on a spiritual pilgrimage recently where I worked with the energy of the circle and reclaimed my part in the circle. And through that healing that my soul has been on, I'm now being called to offer them to you.
How much do you think? Let's make a prediction. How much spirit or non-spiritual currency, a very earthly currency, such a gift should be? So she is, tapped into the ether and reconnected with her past lives, the past circles, to heal humanity in some way. And now she's felt called to offer it to us. What's the price on that? Do we think it's $1,000, 5 cents? Is it American money? Is it Bitcoin? Like, what is it? Because I feel like this seems like something that should be beyond money, the way that she's speaking. So we'll see. I'm interested to hear what the price tag on this wonderful experience may be. And Asari Shepherd, thank you so much. Asari Shepherd says, I'm intuitive to keeping my money. Yes. I'm having a download right now. My download says, pay me $1 million, you shall be healed, and namaste. Here you go. Blah, 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 blah. Does everyone feel healed now?
The mango frequency.
You're not freaking fine.
That's what I would tell Mariya, Lady M, if she was sitting in front of me telling me this to my face. I'd be like, you're not okay. This is not normal. Okay, well, she's called to offer. Let's go back to it.
And so the healing circle is a space that I will curate. And every circle is going to be different. Every few weeks or so, I will select a topic. And I will select a topic in accordance with the energies. So as you guys well know, I'm intuitive. So I am incredibly in tune with the energies.
Okay, Colt.
And how the planets are set up in the sky, as well as what planet Gaia is going through, as well as what humanity is going through, as well as what...
She knows what the planet's going through. Only her. Only the owner of ScentBird, only the CEO of ScentBird knows what humanity's going through. Trust her. As we all know, she's intuitive. So, just trust. Don't verify. Okay. I love it. Okay. We all know she's intuitive.
Energies are bubbling up to the surface. All of these factors are conducive to healing certain types of wounding. And during these healing circles, I will tap into the greater collective energy to understand when a particular wound in the human collective is ready to be healed, or when a particular subject is ready to be addressed. And I will curate a unique and bespoke healing experience around that topic. The healing circles are going to be held online.
Of course.
And obviously, I'm going to lead them.
Of course.
And every healing circle is going to be very unique and different, but there are going to be some things that are common to all of the circles that I hold. First, it is a sacred space.
Second, it costs $9,997, and you must pay in full or else get the frick out. Also, they're all nonsense that I've made up in my mind.
I will hold a space, but I will also guide you as we're healing a particular issue, as we're working through with a particular trauma, or we're diving into a particular subject. I will be using my channeling abilities. I will be channeling a healing meditation. I may even channel light language. Light
language is what I just played. So light language is gibberish, and it's not a language that even the people saying it can understand each other. It's just like speaking in tongues. So if you're not familiar, that's what that is. It's like, and sometimes there's hand movements, sometimes there's mouth sounds. It's all crazy. There's different dialects, but again, even the dialects you can't understand one another, because there's one they call it mantis light language. It's like, so we went down this rabbit hole before, like a year and a half ago, I believe. If you want to hear more about light language specifically, we'll probably cover it again. But if you want to later do a whole light language episode, it's a purple thumbnail with aliens on it and me going like this on the channel if you want to watch it. But I guess she's a light language person also, so very unique. Angela Arnold, thank you so much. Angela Arnold says ScentBird's revenue is $15.6 million a year and raised $30 million. Yeah, that sounds about accurate, which I think is crazy for a perfume subscription company to have that much revenue. But hey, I guess it works. I really wonder though how much revenue they're taking in the sense of how much they're spending on all these YouTube ads. And I think the same thing about BetterHelp. BetterHelp's another one, the online therapy platform. I have thoughts about it. I've said many times I want to do something about it, like a story about BetterHelp. I just haven't done it yet because it's complicated, I guess. But basically, I don't think they're profitable because they spend so much money on ads that they're making millions of dollars, but they're spending millions of dollars. So they're waiting for the time in which like they can be profitable, but until they stop doing all the ads, it will never happen. I wonder if that's going on with this, but who's to say? Who's to say? Not I. Okay, back to the healing circle. Sorry. Also, Allison Kirkpatrick. Thank you so much. Allison Kirkpatrick sent a super chat. And for that, I say...
Buzzing with joy.
Thank you so much, Allison. I appreciate that. Was that energetic enough? Okay, she's going to channel light language, maybe.
That is newer to what I do. My light language has recently opened up when I was in Greece. It was a fantastic experience, and I'm being called to share it with the world as well. Extremely healing, extremely high vibrational, really good. At the same time, what we're going to do during the circles is I'm going to do channeling, right? So we're going to do channeled Q&A, where you're going to be able to ask your questions and submit your questions based on the topic that is at hand. And I'm going to answer them live. I'm really excited about this. I have held circles in many past lives, and circles are so special to my soul. I remember these circles usually start very, very small for me, but they go really big. And I'm being called to do this again. And as you well know, I listen to spirit and I listen to my guidance, and this is 1,000,000,000% aligned for me. So if you've been liking my content, if you have been resonating with my word, with what I say, with my energy, if you've been loving my meditations, and if you feel...
These people are the happiest people in the world, I will say. Rich, believing that they are the chosen ones on earth, like wanting to guide people via Zoom and just, spit gibberish at them. There's no happier person in the world than someone who believes this. They don't have to worry about human suffering. They don't have to worry about being liked. They don't have to worry about anything. They don't have to worry about if they're doing the right thing or not. No, they just live full speed ahead. They go, I am going to charge $1 billion for my services because I'm worth it. I've been called to this, blah, blah, blah. I'm envious. Welcome, Diane. I'm envious, just give me 1% of this confidence and delusion, and I think I would be okay. I think I would be okay day to day. But alas, I am not. Good Spider, Bad Spider, thank you so much. Good Spider, Bad Spider says, when you've been inside this new age world, then come out of it, hearing this shit just causes the ultimate eye roll. Good Spider, Bad Spider, you're preaching to the choir here, man. You are preaching to the choir. Did you say light language? Did you say you're channeling spirits on a Zoom call? Yeah, it's hard to swallow a little bit sometimes for me, because not that I was ever at this level of having my own channel and being like my YouTube channel talking about channeling, spirit entities and aliens, whatever. I was never that deep into it. But this was, people like this were in my circle, in my surrounding, at social events I was at. And I, was like letting things slide. And now hearing stuff like this, obviously in my new, more cynical mindset, I'm like, yeah, oh my God, like everything she said is insane. And also a sign to me of like an extremely narcissistic person, just like thinking that the world revolves around you and that you have been selected by God or by whoever to deliver us mortals this very important information. Like, come on. Also, I saw someone ask a question. If I have seen Twin Flames, yes, I have seen Twin Flames. I've seen both documentaries now and I listened to the podcast. Let's do that this week also. We'll do a full Twin Flames deep dive for sure, because I think that is like, there's so much to talk about. Oh my God. If you haven't seen the Escaping Twin Flames on Netflix, I think that's what it's called. And then there's another one on Prime. And then there's, I don't know what the podcast is called, but it's I think it's called Twin Flames. Go consume it all. And then we'll reconvene and talk about it next week or this week coming up. Okay, let's see. Are you done, Mariya, Lady M?
This need to dive deeper with me. If you've been wondering, whether I offer anything one-on-one or readings or whatnot. The healing circle may be the format for you. By the way, when we join together in a circle, I will do readings, just the collective readings around the group. I don't think I will be able to do individual readings, but we'll see. You never know, right? I don't know. And I will do collective readings based on what I'm sensing for the group that is going to join. So you're going to get a little.
It's like we never know, but also all the secrets of the universe. I'm very confused.
A little bit of a reading as well. Yeah. So if you feel called to reclaim the magic of the circle with me, I invite you to check out my offerings. I will be listing, there's going to be a whole calendar. And, I'm probably down the road. I'm probably going to have this calendar for months ahead. And you can find the topics that really resonate with you and we can meet together. Alrighty, my darlings. I hope that this resonates and I'm excited to see you in one of my circles. Much love to you and a big virtual hug.
I'm going to go back in time and join one of her circles where she was a mixed, I don't know, gender. Was she mixed gender or mixed, like she wasn't fully human? I couldn't really quite tell what she was trying to say there. But I would like to join that one. That seems like a very interesting one.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So hold on. Let me see. Thank you to Rebecca J. Kelly, author. Thank you so much. Rebecca J. Kelly, author, says, "You got me with Twin Flames. I cannot wait to hear your full take on it." Me too. There's so much in that, like, I don't know, the man who thinks he's Jesus and his wife and the honey badger. Like, if you have seen some of the Twin Flame stuff, you're in for a wild ride. So I'm excited to talk about it too. And also,
Great comment. That's really cute. I love that.
and finally,
I love you.
and finally,
Grandma has lung cancer.
that was just a bonus. Okay, so here's her thing, and thank you again to Rebecca J. Kelly, author. Okay, this is like her letter to us, mere mortals, like I said. "My dear ones, I feel a deep desire to..." Actually, here, let me turn on my music. Do I have it still, right? Somewhere. Come on. Where's my meditation music? What the heck? Oh, here it is. Ready? "My dear ones, I feel a deep desire to reclaim an ancient healing modality of the circle for myself and for my community. For ages, our ancestors used to gather in sacred circles for deep conversation, energy exchange, healing, ritual, and activation." Yeah, they also used to, throw virgins down the stairs also. So I don't know if that's part of it, but okay, forget that part. "As the vibrations of Gaia are rising," so Gaia is Earth, by the way, "we are all being called to step into the sacred circle once more, to share freely, to trust without reservation, to build heartfelt bonds, to join other kindred souls on our shared journey of purpose and evolution, to reclaim what was once lost." Okay, don't know what that sentence means. "In the spirit of going back to our forgotten roots while creating something for the modern times, I want to introduce you to the Healing Circle, a sacred space I have created to help you along your spiritual journey. The way the energies dance in time and space makes certain periods an opportune time for healing and reset of particular traumatic frequencies." Okay. "Every few weeks, I will pick a topic I am called to help heal in the collective and build a custom group healing experience around it. Initially, I will keep the group small to ensure that the format works and all of you are getting palpable results after every meeting. So this is the beginning of a cult, so just so we're all clear. This is how cults begin. Small group, expand it out, get people to come in early and get indoctrinated early. Okay, just so we all know. Back to it. My intention is to both hold space and guide you as you are weaving the threads of your personal transformation. Our circle will be filled with insights, practices, activations, and deep conversation. You are a magical being full of so much potential, so much light. It is my greatest joy to guide you towards your brightest future through much healing, nurturing, and inspiration. Okay. Book my spot. I guess I can't. Okay, keep going. She keeps pushing me down to the end. What can we expect for our time together? 2 to 3 hour sessions. I anticipate each session will be between 2 and 3 hours. Sessions will be held over Zoom and recorded. Every participant will receive a link with the recording with lifetime access. Okay. Channeled messages. Okay. So we got what's the one from the Long Island Medium. Okay, we got Long Island Medium in the house. Channeled messages. Every session will start with a few channeled points from me describing the crux of the issue we are collectively dealing with and why I chose to address it. Okay, then a collective reading. I may be called to do a collective reading for the group discussing what energies I am observing in the group as it relates to the subject at hand. I may provide specific in-the-moment guidance on how to address some of the blocks and blind spots that come up. A guided journey. We will have an hour-long guided journey where I will scan the collective energy of the group to provide healing and energy infusions in the way that is most aligned with the particular facets of your individual traumas and energy fields. My guided journeys are channeled like most things I do. Some journeys will include light language, a new modality that has recently become available to me. Oh, wow. Shocking that the trendiest weird thing that you can just make up on the fly has come into my understanding. Q&A. Lastly, we'll do a Q&A live. A live Q&A with my higher self. So this is when she's channeled. It's not her answering the questions, it's her highest self. You will get to ask questions, whether personal or more general, around the topic at hand, and then practices. We'll close with a few practice suggestions to do in your own time to deepen the healing and tie all the loose ends. Okay, so the first one we got on December 2nd, mark your calendars, at noon, EST, healing the witch wound. Okay, then you got etheric wings activation, and then we got speaking and living your truth, a throat chakra healing and activation. Okay, so we got December 2nd, January 20th, February. She got lots. We got reclaiming the sacred snake, feminine mysteries. Sounds like a book. Unlock the dragon within. Okay, and healing your relationship with money. If you have a bingo card of every spiritual guru, for some reason, money just comes up. So weird. So I guess if you have issues with paying the however much it costs to buy these tickets, you got to heal that so you can pay the next time. Okay, buy tickets. How much? Everyone put your bets in. The final bets. I love these AI witch images too that she's used. It's so weird. Okay, $77 and $193 service fee. Is that a anyone's spirit number? 77 plus 193. That seems high. I don't know. I guess it's not $1,000. So, but for a 2 to 3 hour life-changing humanitarian effort on Zoom, it seems like I think it should be free. Why am I paying? Why am I paying money? You have enough money, girly. You have enough money from ScentBird, right? I would hope. Why are you charging $77 for me to heal my witch wound? And let's see if they're all the same price. Let me see the ironic. Oh, I can't see. Can we buy tickets? I don't know. Healing your relationship with money. Ironically, no, you can't. Not for sale yet. Let's see. Speaking your truth chakra activation. That one is also $77. Okay, so $77. So good luck. You have good luck for your ticket price. Anyways, okay, so that's what she's up to. That's her newest grift. Healing circles on Zoom for $77. Okay. So if she was just a regular non-CEO of a company, I wouldn't think she's that unique. This is pretty much like par for the course of all these, spiritual online coaches and healers and energy workers, but it's just so bizarre that she feels called to do this work when, first of all, there's so many other people that are doing this as their full-time gig, and that she finds it important to do this when she's running a business. I don't get it. Anyways, let's keep going into who she is. So she's a spiritual teacher, channeler, intuitive, energy alchemist, podcast host, entrepreneur, but actually she is, and author of 72 Keys to Manifestation, an ancient path of a modern day alchemist. Okay, so here's her why, her story. Since her awakening in 2018, that's when we all became awake, right? I woke up this morning, but I really woke up in 2018. Mariya has been guided by spirit to channel and teach spiritual content. Mariya's podcast, Conversations with My Higher Self, which is recorded from a state of trance, theta state, okay, whatever that means, covers a wealth of esoteric and spiritual topics ranging from the sacred flames to ancestral healing to past lives to source consciousness. Mariya has an ability to connect the collective consciousness of humanity, providing that in the moment healing, guidance, and information based on what is coming through energetically. While wearing a Gucci belt, of course. Okay. Earlier this year, Mariya started leading guided journeys and meditations through her new podcast titled Our Sacred Universe. During these journeys, she's able to hold the healing heart-led space and transmit high-frequency codes of light to help humanity's evolution. Okay, I feel like you're falling behind, Mariya. Like, you sort of dropped the ball in saving humanity at this current time. I feel like we're going through a crisis, and it's actually not being healed by your frequencies, but okay. Currently, Mariya is in the process of writing a trilogy of books devoted to the path of the rose, a revival of the teachings of an ancient female mystery school devoted to walking the path of a priestess. Okay, plenty of notable women of the past, from Mary Magdalene and Mother Mary to Isis and Inanna, walk the path of the rose, having claimed their own flavor of feminine magic. It is Mariya's great joy and part of her karma here on earth to help reinstate this lost knowledge. Oh, how lucky is she? She's beautiful, she's photogenic, and she's here to help us heal humanity. Okay, so let's look at her YouTube page, and then we'll go to her Instagram. Let's just look at her YouTube page. We'll go to her Instagram. We'll come back to YouTube because this is like the longer form stuff. But yeah, so same thing. Okay, all the same stuff. She's got 24,000 subs. So also, let me just take a second. Thank you everybody for subscribing to this channel, not to Mariya's, to this channel, because we have gotten to 20,000 subscribers. Oh my God. Oh my God. So thank you. Just want to take a moment there to thank you. Now, Mariya does have more than me. So who are you going to trust? Her. So tell 4,000 of your closest friends again to get in the game and subscribe and like me and follow me so we can be above another grifter. No, but thank you. I really appreciate it. And that was my goal for the whole year. And now I can rest easy. Now I can be late. Now I can just book appointments at all the times where I schedule live streams. Just kidding. But no, thank you for real. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for all of your support. I couldn't do it without you, obviously. Anyways, okay, so she's got 24,000 subs, almost 400 videos. And let's see, her most popular one, she's got 34,000 views, which is all about life path number 9. So if you're life path number 9, you're gonna just have tons of information. Okay, so we're gonna watch some of her stuff, but I want to go through some of her more short styles because this is where I feel like she pulls out the most shocking parts for us. So I don't even have to find it. Okay, so let's go to her most recent one. So again, she's channeled through her boyfriend, husband, whatever. He puts her in a hypnosis state. That's why her eyes are closed. According to her, she's in a theta state. And that's where the guidance comes through. That's where she's speaking, using her words or whatever, but it's actually some sort of entity that's speaking through her. Okay, so this is why you should not drink alcohol, I guess. Here you go. And I don't think this is I don't think alcohol is some great thing that everyone should be doing, but I'm interested to hear her perspective on why you shouldn't drink alcohol, so it seems.
It hits you. It hits you right now. If you choose to drink, let's say after a hard day's work, or like to not feel the feels, you choose to drink. And by the way, it's such like a common thing. Like,
and this is also, once again, that this is the way that like higher consciousness speaks. It's interesting that they'd have the same vocabulary and cadence as Mariya herself, but don't worry about that.
When people break up, men go and usually get drunk, like if they cared about the relationship. That's just like a thing. Not that women don't, but women use other things. Usually it's like I don't know, emotional eating, like chocolates and stuff, but men usually get drunk. And the thing is, okay, if you're experiencing a temporary emotion, maybe in this case breakup is not a good example, because breakups usually hurt for sometimes months, right, if not years, depending on the breakup. But if you're experiencing a particular emotion, you consume alcohol. There essentially, when the emotion hits you, there is like a certain, a period of 2 hours roughly that is going to determine how you handle that emotion. So either emotion, like if the emotion is going to get processed, it's going to get processed within 2 hours. If the emotion is going to get resisted, it's going to be resisted by the end of that day, right? So like whatever unprocessed emotions that you have for the day, you go to bed, that's it. Like essentially, if you haven't eliminated it from your system, or if you haven't started the process of elimination, it's going to be stuck in you. And alcohol, actually, once you consume alcohol, it prevents the emotions from getting out of your body, and they just get stuck. It hits you.
Huh?
It hits you right now.
I'm so confused. So if you go to bed and you haven't released the emotion, it's stuck in you. So you must never sleep. And don't drink alcohol, because men drink beer, women eat chocolate. This is very modern. Okay. Here we go. This is a quick energy update, energy talk. Let me know if you're feeling the detox. Okay.
Hello, my loves.
Okay. No, we're not listening to that. Okay. Stop going by the ocean if you want to deliver life-changing knowledge to us. Okay, this says communication issues equals heart disease. So we know we're in for a treat. Okay, this is backed by science, everybody. All right, hold your horses. Communication issues equals heart disease. Ready? Go.
Very common issue for men who develop heart conditions is their inability to communicate actually their feelings. So despite the fact that we think that communication dwells in the throat center, not in the heart, for men specifically, the inability to communicate how you feel is going to give you a heart condition. Either the inability or the unwillingness or the fear of communication. And I would almost call it like
my dad would have had 75,000 heart attacks by now if this was true. Okay. Knock on wood. He has not had any heart conditions. Okay. So another Louise Hay, like, you aren't communicating, you're going to have a heart condition. Okay. And she's on to something, statistically, men do have, at least in America, a lot of heart conditions. So, statistically, she's bound to be true and right. And, oh, wow, a lot, I don't know, statistically or colloquially, men communicate less than women, I guess, about their emotions. So she's going to hit a certain number of people like, oh my God, I never thought about it like that. She must be right. I guess. Here you go.
fear of vulnerability. The fear of coming across vulnerable, the fear of being judged for how you feel, the fear of being judged for me not being strong enough and not holding it together. You know how it's totally not okay for men to cry? Somehow that's a rule that society created it. And only maybe in certain instances, and oh my God, it's we're not used to masculine tears as a society. How crazy is that, right? That it's almost okay, women are feeble creatures. So, okay, fine, they cry. No, tears is a natural process, actually. So usually your heart, that's how it's supposed to be. Your heart processes the emotions. If your heart cannot handle the incoming stream of emotions, your tears is the second point of call.
So if you don't cry, men, you're going to have a heart attack. Take that. Process it. You got 3 hours before you go to bed to process that information. Or else you have no help.
They're supposed to help you get rid of that emotion quickly, right? Again, the water in your body works as that elimination. Your tears, your tear ducts. Common issue for men who develop heart conditions.
Okay. No further questions. No further information will be delivered about this subject. So get it together. All right. Here is Okay, this is a promo, an ad, if you will, for her $77 plus $193 service charge Zoom healing call, where I just showed it a minute ago about healing the witch wound. Okay, let's heal the witch wound together. Now, again, I saw someone ask why her eyes are closed. She's in a theta state that she was put in hypnotically by her partner, who I believe is also associated in some degree on the leadership team of ScentBird. But I don't know where he is. I don't see him on this channel, only her, for some reason. Okay, let's heal the witch wound together.
Want to help you reclaim the witch as an archetype in its most pristine form, right? Together, we can heal this archetype. And yeah, my first circle is truly an offering. It is something that I think is time that we started transcending in the collective. And it would be my greatest honor to be your guide and to hold the space as you work through your trauma. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be.
Like, what trauma do I have of being a witch? I don't get it. Like, can you explain like what trauma I'm supposed to have and why I'm releasing a witch wound? Like, a witch has not wounded me. Do I need that? That's gone right. A witch has not wounded me. Do I need this workshop still? Will I benefit even though I have not been cast? A spell has not been cast against me. Will I still find benefits? Please let me know, Mariya.
Channeled during our time together. And in the circle, we're going to look at some of the major witch wounds that you personally have. And we're going to transcend and heal one at a time. And so if you resonate, if you're curious about the witch archetype, if you resonate with the witch wound, if you feel like you've been a witch before, if you remember your past lives as a witch, if you remember being burned, or tortured, or even your loved ones being burned or tortured, for being a witch, for having your powers, whatever those powers are, whether you were a healer, whether you were an oracle, whether you were claircognizant, doesn't really matter. There were so many powers of the witch. If you have ever been persecuted for your gifts and that made you want to withdraw, the circle is for you.
It's very specific criteria. Okay, here is some from her YouTube channel that I picked out to look at. There's a little tarot. I thought it's not really tarot, but little tarot, why souls choose to incarnate as animals and how pets choose their owners. I would love to know. Tarot, we're going to find out important information. Finally, we've been waiting. So that looks like a little goofy one. This one, trigger warning for abortion miscarriage. She's got all the answers. This is pretty graphic, I feel like, and probably very offensive. So we can tread lightly on this one, but basically it's your fault, I think, is her take. Trauma, you have trauma, you haven't released your trauma. That's why you can't, hold on to your child, I think is the vibe that she was giving in the previews of this video. It's called Abortion and Miscarriage from the Spiritual Perspective. Okay. So get ready for that one. Our son has turned female. No, this is not a pro-trans vlog. This is literally the S-U-N, the son, has turned female. Our son has turned female. Here is what this means for humanity. I'm curious. And then this one, of course, a biggest hit. Teeth karma, ancestors, how they are all connected. Teeth, karma, ancestors, numerology, and how they are all connected. ... So she loves talking about teeth. Anytime you get any tooth problem, toothache, cavity, You got a little yellowing. It ain't from your coffee. It ain't from not brushing your teeth every day. It's from your ancestors. So those are some of the standouts that I had selected previously. Okay. I'm seeing super chats, but they're not coming through. What the hark? What the hark? Okay, let me open up the other one.
Oh, okay. Colt.
Oh, I'm getting so many. Hold on. Stand by me when you're not strong.
Oh, okay. Colt.
Where are all these super chats coming from? What the heck? Oh, these are old. Okay. Weird. Oh yeah, this is a good video from Cyber Noop. She did like a pretty extensive investigation about Mariya and talks about a lot of the architect stuff, like her alien perspective. This creator's got a very fast cadence, so just warning about that. She talks very quickly, but she's got a very deadpan style, which I liked. Okay, let's go back to her Instagram. I'm done with the witch stuff. Okay. Let's see. We got lots of witch stuff. I'm over the witch crap. Let's see. Okay. I want to know, what's a 6D world? 6, the number 6 and the letter D as in dog world. Let's see. It says, this is why souls incarnate in 6D worlds.
Dimensional worlds are, and again, going back to numerology, right? Like 6 is, technically the number of karma. 6-dimensional worlds are actually the worlds of accumulating your power in dimensions, right? So the 6th dimension is the dimension that enables you to accumulate your own power the most. I would say of all the dimensions that exist outside of all the dimensions that exist, 1 through 12 arena, the 6th dimensional worlds are perhaps closest to the 3rd dimensional world. So if you were looking for a twinsy dimension, that would be the 6th. Now, of course, 6 is a lot more expanded, right? So it's not the same. The conflict is not the same, but it's a similar type energy, right? 3rd dimensional world is 1 triangle, 6th dimensional world is 2 triangles. It's still the triangular energy, right? So there is a little bit of me versus them or us versus them. And there's a little bit of that division again in the 6th dimensional world, but this one is very different, right?
Is anyone understanding this? Even in a theoretical sense. I don't know what's going on.
Again, the questions that souls ask themselves prior to incarnating in 6D space is, what does my power look like? Or what do I look like when I'm in my full power? Or what facet of my power matters to me the most? So like all of the questions around power, personal power, or power struggle are going to be decided, or, are going to be answered, frankly, if you are willing, and interested, to incarnate in a 6D dimensional world.
What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, are any empaths in the house?
I happen to be an empath myself.
Here's a message for you. Okay, let's go through a couple more of these. And then we'll go through some of the more juicy ones, like the tooth and the miscarriage ones that are offensive. These are just silly nilly ones. We got to get through some of the nice ones before we get to this sad ones. Okay. Empathy is a superpower and a precursor to clairvoyance. This message is for you if you're an empath.
Everybody who's an empath has an overactive and a very sensitive heart center, right? That is your feeling mechanism. An empath feels with their heart space. It's like their heart space walks into the room before they walk into the room, right? So we cannot say.
Her eyes are open in this one. I don't know what that means. Like I said, this is actually coming from her, not from space continuum.
Hey, there are parts of feminine energies that I love, and there are parts of feminine energies that I don't like. For instance, I like things like wisdom. I like things like intuition. I like things like abundance. I like things like tenderness and love and all of the good things. But don't give me empathy. Like, my heart doesn't want to feel the negative emotions. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. When we're stepping into the feminine magic, we're going to have to step in all the way. The blood, sweat, and the tears, right? And so one of the reasons that the souls would pick a path of an empath, no pun intended, is because they would like to practice the feminine facet of their gifts, right? And that either essentially, if you come as an empath enough times, eventually your empathy becomes clairvoyance. Essentially, eventually your empathy turns you into you being an oracle or a seer. Very often it turns you into being a healer. That's another precursor that the empaths, essentially are on the road off, right? It's like usually a precursor to being a really, really good healer. Who's an empath has an
Okay, so empath in one life, healer in the next. So if you're already clairvoyant, that means you've been an empath for so many generations of time. Then you're good. Okay, so also, by the way, she's a raw vegan. It's the only way to be, according to her. Okay, she'll explain this. Why you should be on the raw vegan. Spiritual diet is raw vegan. Okay, here's her pitch to you.
Gluten, rice, soy. Those 4 nightshades, gluten, rice, soy, 4. Yeah, very bad combo. Like, you think you may be vegan and you're healthy, but if you're consuming these categories of products, you're anything but. In fact, there's more work for you to do.
If you eat bread, you're bad.
Once you graduate from nightshades, the next thing for you, the next frontier for you to give up would be grains, actually. There are healthy grains. But as you're looking to, like buckwheat, for instance, is an amazing grain. But as you go lighter, you essentially move up away from things that are cooked and into that raw thing, right? So for those people that are already raw, you guys are...
If you're already a raw vegan, you haven't done enough. You got to eat raw buckwheat to actually be healthy. Okay? Write this down.
Pretty much there, right? Raw and sprouted. And then probably the last step that makes sense on, talking about in here would be fruitarian. A human being today can survive on a fruitarian diet.
That didn't do very well for, what's his name? Apple. Steve Jobs. He was a fruitarian, wasn't he? That didn't end well for him.
It's entirely possible. And you can survive and you can live a long and happy life on a fruitarian diet, just eating fruit. It's gluten, rice.
No, I don't want that. Thank you, though. You did not convince me in that video. Okay, let me go. Oh, yeah. She also... Okay, here's an offensive one. Let's go. Let's get into it. The reason of obesity among children. Okay, she's got also... I was going to mention, she's got to think about tattoos. If you have tattoos, you better be very careful because you're inviting these entities. If you have a Tweety Bird tattoo, Tweety Bird's spirit is going to overtake your body at night. Okay? So just think really carefully about what tattoos you're getting, is what she would say. Okay, but first, we got to see what the real reason for obesity among children is. Is it access to healthy foods? Is it the school system? Is it a lack of activity in recess? What is it? We're going to find out the reason.
The same for when children put on weight as opposed to when adults put on weight. It is actually very similar, yes. When kids put on weight, and I'm not talking toddlers, okay? Toddlers have to be chubby. That's normal. We're talking 7-year-olds, right? Or something like that. Yes, it is a protective mechanism, 1,000,000,000%. So if you have a child that has issues around this, look for the trauma. Look at where that child is not getting acceptance. Look at where that child may not feel like they're enough and talk to them. And obviously, as a parent, being a parent is the hardest job, frankly. But your words matter as a parent. With your words, you can heal your child. So build them up instead of tearing them down. That is the most important thing that you can do for your child. And if your child perceives the world around them as hostile, show them the rope, show them the way. Because in some ways, you can be the healer that your child needs until they're of age to do all this shadow work, right? And it comes through a lot of love and through some conversations and assurances, because what your child needs from you is an assurance. Because the only way the child starts building up this defense is when they feel they're on their own. You're not there for them. The moment you show.
So if your child is obese, as she says, that's because they feel like you're not there for them. So you as a parent should feel instantly guilty and that you're not providing enough support for them, and that they've been traumatized, and that only children who are obese have, or only, well, I'm not trying to say, skinny children have not been traumatized. That's what I'm trying to say. Is the vibe I'm getting. So if you're a thin child, your parents don't need to worry about you. You're good to go. You have been supported somehow. But if you're overweight as a child, at 7 though, not a toddler, 7 years old and up, trauma. Only.
Show up like you're there for them. They're going to feel less in need of that protective barrier. Aim for when children.
Okay. Someone says excessive closed eyes. Okay, she's got the answer about that. She talks about obesity quite a lot. Here is why money is dirty. Okay, let's see. Let's pick a different one. Esoteric wisdom about money. Green eye. Okay. Let's listen to a couple of funny ones again. The root cause of the problems with teeth. Okay, so any dentist in the house, can you confirm this information, please? It says the root cause of teeth problems goes so much deeper.
Getting a cavity, or if you're, if you have a toothache, please understand that it goes so much deeper than, how you take care of your teeth. How you take care of your teeth is kind of like at face value. Like, yes, you have to brush your teeth. Obviously, I'm not advocating otherwise. However, if you're just trying to fix your teeth and trying to get less cavities by literally fixing the physicality of how you deal with, with your mouth, and like maybe buying like a better toothpaste, you're going to fail. In other words, it's really, really hard to make any meaningful changes around your mouth area unless you do some serious cleanup of your lineage and of the dark karma of your lineage, whatever that is. And specifically, right? Because your mouth is such...
Whatever that is. Direction's unclear. So I have to get rid of the dark karma of my lineage, specifically on the right side of my mouth, to heal my cavities. Okay. But what name is that? Is Crest make that? Or is that a Colgate or a Sensodyne? Which one will take care of the dark karma for me?
Such a dead giveaway. You should work on the sides of your lineages the most, where you experience the most obvious issues, right? Are getting a cavity.
I guess she means like right and left, like feminine and masculine. So mom and dad, like, I don't know. I think that's what she's trying to say here. Confusing. All right. I asked in the poll yesterday to tell me what color eyes you have, because it matters a lot, okay? Your eye color matters, and here's why.
You could also be psychic.
People who are green eyes are psychics, okay? Green-eyed people have very special abilities, all right? Everyone start blinking right now.
You could also be psychics, but very different. Usually the green-eyed people like working with the tools. So whether that is tarot, whether that is the pendulum, the runes, again, because your magic is connected to your hands, anything you can touch, crystal bowls, reading tea leaves, all of the things that you can touch, so to say, you're going to be a natural. It's almost like you need a medium to be able to read into an energy, right? Like whereas like the blue-eyed people just see things usually with their third eye, or you can just perceive like through claircognizance or clairsentience, where like, again, information just drops into their head. For you, it's a little bit different. Like it's almost like you absorb information with your skin. And so you have to trust your sensations. You have to trust your feelings. Usually people may just give you like a weird vibe. And it's almost like, your hairs rise, like your hackles rise up, like when like you're in the presence of bad energy. So just be very present to your physical sensation. Your body is always going to be your barometer.
Yeah, you green-eyed freaks. Us brown-eyed people, we're normal. You green-eyed freaks are reading tea leaves and stuff. Okay, she talks about Atlantis, the fear of becoming rich. Let's hear that one. I need to hear this one today. Why am I scared of being rich? Please tell me. What do I need to do?
is that inherent need within the human family to conform. There is that inherent need to belong. In fact, belonging is one of the deepest needs that needs to be met for a human being. Community, family, significant others, people around you really mean a world to you. There are many reasons why. There used to be the time when being ostracized from your own tribe meant death. So you are wired genetically at the DNA level to do anything in order to not be ostracized, in order to not be the odd one out. So you are wired genetically to conform. You are wired to be like everybody else. Because of that, becoming rich may seem as something that's dangerous. It may seem as something that would make you stand out, whether you'd like this or not. And so there's a lot of fear in the human collective family around.
I think I have that fear of being broke. that is going to actually make me stand out more out in the rain. Am I right? Okay.
Standing out in the form of becoming rich. It's that inherent.
Okay. Stupid. All right. Let me just go through. Let me see. Blue-eyed people feel more connected to God. Lucky you. The strong suits of the brown-eyed people. Hey, whoop, whoop. I don't want to go into that. Spiritual quiz. I want to get to the one. Let me see. More about teeth. Okay, she explains a lot about the money, soul contracts. The sun is sending red and emerald energies right now. Fall equinox. She's got a guest on. Repelling money. Okay. There was one on here. Basically, this is like your friend from high school who, was given a book about spirituality and magic, like being a magical person. And they have like a little, like variety pack of all the different things you could go down, like tarot cards, numerology, Atlantis, channeling, light language. And she's just like, I'm going to do them all. I have all of these. Okay, let me see. Why is life so I thought it was just, why is life so complicated? Okay, here we go. Here's an offensive one. It says, this can cause a miscarriage from the spiritual perspective. I get really pissed off at these specific ones because I feel like, first of all, it targets women, obviously. And I feel like, it's an insecurity that a lot of women have. And it's something that women are sort of, feel awkward. And I'm just putting this, it could be wrong, but I would feel as a woman myself, that I would feel awkward talking about these topics with, maybe my close friends and family. Like it's something that you kind of do go out and search for support on the internet or listening to other people's stories. So it's almost like you're even more vulnerable than other issues that come up for women. And I feel like when people try, especially spiritual people, and I've called out Gabby Bernstein for the same thing, people try to make it seem like if you were just better, if you were more healed, more pure, more vegan, more whatever, like then you could have a baby. And it really bothers me because I feel like there's already so much shame involved in being a mother and trying to be a mother and miscarriage and all that. It's like, it hurts me to see this type of content out there and knowing that people are searching for like support and validation and kind of, I don't know, just to commiserate about this fact of life. This is how it's a complicated process to be a parent. And then this is like a blaming type video, I believe. So anyways, let's hear her take on this can cause a miscarriage.
If there are subconscious fears that you have around being able to provide for a child that are, shall we say, persistent and nagging at you, that may cause you to miscarry. Like if you're worried about so essentially, if you have trauma in your root center, in your root chakra around safety, right? How can I provide? How can, am I going to be enough? What kind of world am I bringing the child into? All of these things may cause you to miscarry.
So if you care about having a child and worry about having a child and being a good enough parent and what that human being that you're bringing into the world may experience, that may cause you to lose your child. It's like, come on. So what am I supposed to do? Like just not think about these things? Just switch off the light switch, as they say in the Book of Mormon play, you know, turn it off like a light switch. Okay, now I'm not going to worry. You're right. You're so right. I don't want to miscarry. I'm going to be in fear of that. So I'm just going to not think about these things that are on my mind. Like, it just puts all this pressure on the mother. Like, the mother is the only, the mother and what she thinks is the only thing at play here at all at any given time. And it's frustrating.
So safety and fears. That's a pretty big problem. If there are subconscious...
Okay, so that's just a little snippet. She's got a full video on it, and I'm tempted to watch that one just because I know it's going to be like a lot to probably break down, and probably one of her more, you know, dangerous or harmful videos. But I don't know. It also is pretty heavy. Here's another obesity one. Does obesity run in the family?
The question is, everybody in my lineage, or a few, you know, generations of our lineage have all been overweight. So are you saying that we all have the same issue around like victim mentality and like trauma? Like, essentially the question is like, what are the odds that all of us have been abused as children? I love this question. Thank you so much for asking it. There are a lot of chronic conditions, shall we say, that run in families. And it is no coincidence because birds of a feather stick together. In order for you to be magnetized into a particular lineage, you have to be broken in the same way that the people in the lineage are broken. You have to be healed in the same way that the people on of the lineage are healed. Essentially, it is the good old clusterization principle, or like attracts like. It's the law of attraction. We attract what we are. We get attracted to things of similar vibration. And yes, in fact, if you dig deep enough, you will see and you will understand that the flavor of trauma of your ancestors, your mom and dad, and you know their parents before them and their parents before them, has similarities to what you are experiencing at soul level. There are similarities.
This was about obesity. It says, question from the collective about obesity and victim mentality. I'm not hearing anything about obesity, and I'm not hearing anything about genetics. Like, that genetics is real. Like, can we agree on that or no? It's like all about like the trauma that all of your ancestors face versus like DNA being passed down physically from one family member to the next. But okay.
Must be in order for you to be a vibrational match to your parents. So it's not that, let's call it obesity, runs in the families just because there are similar, let's say, habits around food or, I don't know, exercise, but because there are similar kinds of trauma that are running in lineages. The question.
Okay. So she gets what other people think that it could be habits and food, but no, it's actually trauma. Everything's trauma. Okay. Yeah. Friday is a divine feminine day, just FYI. And that's the day we're in. How to lose weight from the spiritual perspective. Okay, let's just go to her YouTube. Let's focus on one thing. I'm ready. Let's pick one. She's got a lot of stuff. We got eye colors, tattoos, Akashic records. That's a whole thing that eventually we should probably look into. Teeth karma, spiritual reasons for being overweight, fifth dimensional food, romantic relationships. Twin flames, karmic, soulmate, soul contracts. Let's do this one. My awakening story. Okay. Sorry, we gotta watch this one. This is all about her. This is what I want to know. So it's called My Spiritual Awakening Story, How It Began, Precursors, Hypnosis, My Book, My Podcast, Business. Oh, I am in for this. It has 4.9 thousand views. It was posted 3 months ago. And it says, today I'm going to share my awakening story with you guys. I have gotten a lot of requests to do this. I will walk through my awakening process, how it began, how I switched from being an entrepreneur to a spiritual teacher. Okay, but she's still an entrepreneur as far as I know. She's still in charge and she's on the website at ScentBird. How I was commissioned with my first book from the spirit and how I started my spiritual podcast and more. And then she gave up alcohol and she's got a twin flame. Okay,
hello, my
great.
darlings. Welcome back to my...
It's a cute top, I will say. Love it. Love it. Don't love her, but love the top. Yeah, it's funny that she's allowed to have dagger nails as a spiritual baddie. Okay, here we go.
Hello, my darlings. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. If you're new here, my name is Mariya. This is a channel about spirituality.
Mariya. Okay.
Please subscribe below to see more videos like this. Today, I figured I would share my awakening story with you guys.
Thank you.
I have gotten a lot of requests to do this. I shared my story at one point on Instagram 3,000 years ago, and now is the time to share it, perhaps in more detail. I also have my water here. In case I get thirsty, because, you know, talking about yourself can get stressful. So I need some aid. Anyway, I have been thinking about this video a lot because I want to make sure that I do right by my story and I tell you things exactly how they happened, because nothing could have prepared me for my awakening. You know, if you were to ask me,
Off to a good start. Okay. And Ranch TV, sponsored by Buttermilk, sponsored by Hidden Valley, Ranch TV, says, I always catch the replay, saw you were live, so just popping in to say thank you. Your lives make me choose joy. Sorry. Thank you for your perspective, humor, and insights. Never leave us. Okay, fine. I was going to leave. Actually, I was going to stop at this point right now and walk away and never return, but I guess this comment has given me a second thought, so I appreciate that. And for that I say,
this is gold, straight up.
thank you. And also, your comment,
No big deal.
and also, this is how I feel right now, everybody.
There's literally no place in the world than I would rather be than right here with you. You and you alone at home watching. Thank you. Thank you. Ranch TV. This has been Ranch TV. Get your ranch from the refrigerator and turn on the TV. That's where you will watch all the best ranch content in the world. Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
Okay, back to it.
I did not think that this was even going to be real. Like, I did not think that my life was going to take this trajectory. And if you asked me, I don't know, like 7 years ago, what my future would hold, I would tell you I'm a business person. I'm a businesswoman. I'm an entrepreneur. I will always be building companies. I will always be managing a lot of people. And I would be content to just be rich and, I don't know, as shallow as it sounds, like be rich. Yes, that was a part of it, I guess, but really build something bigger than myself. But I wanted to do it in a business sense. So that was the Mariya prior to my awakening, which happened in the summer of 2018. So as I was at the time living in Manhattan, you know, running my startup. Oh gosh. And it was an interesting time.
Okay, just in case anyone's jumping in right now, this startup that she speaks of is ScentBird. This episode sponsored by ScentBird. What if this was all just a big ploy, like a backwards reverse psychology to get everyone to buy ScentBird? That's her company. ScentBird is a perfume subscription company that apparently is financially somewhat successful, or at least a big player in the space, in the millions of dollars. So yeah, very weird path to go down when you're sort of seemingly on a successful entrepreneurial journey for what, like the people who call themselves like serial entrepreneurs that are a life coach and a Beachbody coach, you know, they're not really entrepreneurs. Like they are contractors that call themselves entrepreneurs. Those people, you know, would have no idea what she's doing on what she's accomplished is actually incredible success as an entrepreneur. So it's so bizarre that she would then downgrade herself from real business into I'm going to host an online Zoom call. I'm going to make a YouTube channel and I'm going to do a podcast where I'm meditating. It's like such a downgrade to me. Like you are a real, you know, successful businesswoman but she's taken this, you know, spiritual coach path. It's so weird. But I mean, like I said, she's still at ScentBird. So I don't know. I guess the rest of the team is running things because she's got a lot of time to be making all this content over here. Anyways, back to it.
For me. Now, I think that in order to truly understand what prompted my awakening, we have to look a little bit deeper than the actual happening. I did have a happening, like I did have an event, something that divided my life into the before and the after. But even prior to that, I started getting curious about spirituality, I think, really early on, but more so from the perspective of like tarot cards, right? In my teens, I was already captivated with tarot. I didn't study tarot, but I would get readings done. And depending on the reader that you would get, sometimes their predictions were really spot on. So I think I was always curious. I was also raised Christian. I was baptized Russian Orthodox. So there was a lot of that in my background, although my family is not really religious at all. My dad is an atheist. Even to this day, he'll tell you he does not believe in God. Now, as long as God believes in him, I think we're all good, right? So yeah, I moved to the U.S. when I was 19 to pursue the American dream. And so my life prior to my awakening in 2018 has been that. It has been a lot of hard work and a lot of, the setting of the big goals and all of that. So very different from, I think, my perception of what truly matters today. Now, I started getting into spirituality just by consuming some content that happened prior to my awakening. I think maybe about 2 years prior, I started just listening to random YouTube videos here and there about a variety of topics, nothing really all that specific.
That's how it starts, the slow drip. That's why I feel like in a vacuum, a lot of these things, these, people I share on my Instagram all the time and their crazy claims and, like little videos that they post, it's not that harmful really on a one-to-one basis. Like, okay, watching that video is not going to make you go and do something crazy, but it's the slow indoctrination over time, allowing this person to say, I'm getting a download from source, and you going, okay, yeah, that could happen. Or hearing someone say, I've cured my friend or my client's acne. You're like, okay, yeah, all right. She, just went like this, and oh yeah, her skin looks better in the after picture. Or someone going, and going, this is a light language that I've, been given by the world energy. And you go, okay. And then once you accept those things, the next thing that they say, we heal cancer at our, healing circle. Now you're more apt to, like, if something were to happen where you are in a dangerous situation, go, well, I believed it the first time. Now I'm down the path. That's where I start to go, And she's saying it right here. It started slow. She started like listening to stuff in the background. Now all of a sudden she's like, I don't know what she's doing, telling us why children are obese. And telling us about our, teeth problems. It's very bizarre.
And I had some YouTubers that I followed at the time. And the only other thing that I could identify as a precursor to my awakening was the fact that I gave up meat about 5 years prior to my awakening. So no meat of any kind. At the time, I was still eating fish though, right? So there you have it. If you believe that food is connected to awakening, which I do, that kind of gives you the context of what I was working with. Now, I was watching, here's what happened. I was watching a YouTube video one day, and there was this lady who talked about astral projection. And she started talking about the fact that when you're astral traveling, or when you're lucid, like when you're dreaming, people who are quote unquote average would just take the dream as it comes. Like you are just the participant in the dream just happens to you. But she says when you essentially awaken to the fact that you are more than your body, so to say, and you awaken to the fact how much power you actually wield, then what you can do inside of the dream is change your landscape, the dreamscape entirely. I was fascinated with the idea, and it stuck with me. And so my awakening actually happened unprompted when I was on vacation with my parents in Portugal, the summer of 2018, and it started...
As all good spiritual influencers and coaches have their awakening on a vacation in Portugal with my parents. Okay, yes, welcome. And welcome Green Dodgy, welcome. And Elisa Bell for 7 months. Thank you for returning. You did it. 7 months. That's a lot of months. That's a lucky amount of months, actually, some may say. Yeah, so on my vacation in Mykonos, I was awakened while at the Four Seasons Resort. Okay, so in 2018, she's on vacation in Portugal with her parents.
When I was on vacation with my parents in Portugal, the summer of 2018, and it started via a dream. It happened through a dream. So I was in a dream, and it was a very creepy, like morbid looking castle, and I was alone inside, and it was pretty miserable looking. It had all these creepy paintings, and essentially I found myself in a place that I didn't want to be. And somehow I remembered in a dream, because like sometimes when you lucid dream, you awaken to the fact that you are in a dream, you're sleeping, but you're aware of the fact that you're dreaming inside of a dream. And that's what happened for me. And so I looked at this castle, and my normal go-to would have been to just run away or hide or try to escape the castle. But in that dream, I was like, no, I have power. I can, I'm sleeping. I can remodel this castle. And so I started making these pink bubbles of energy between my hands. Don't ask me why. And started throwing them at walls of the castle. And the moment that my pink bubble would collide with the wall of the castle would light up and like turn golden for a quick second. But then
it's like, I feel like I'm listening to someone explain a dream, in my real life. And like, hey, I want to hold space for you to tell me, but it's just not that interesting if it's not your own dream. Like, I'll tell people my dreams too, but usually it's because I think I got this dream because I was just thinking about the project, and so I ended up dreaming about, work or whatever, or, oh yeah, we were talking about that. I just had a dream about that. When you're just like literally telling someone like the reason I'm like special and should be able to charge money to heal you because I'm claiming that I have a connection with the divine comes from me putting bubbles on the wall in my dream. I'm like, oh my God. Some people are just born with like that feeling of whatever I say is interesting. The stakes are high for me for what's interesting, and this is just ain't it right now.
Pink bubble would disappear and go through a wall, and then I found myself in the middle of the same morbid, creepy castle. And so I was doing that for a while, like trying to throw pink balls at walls inside of a dreamscape. Until
Same.
I see, like, my attention in a dream was directed to a window. So here I am sitting in this dark, crazy, creepy castle, and then I see a window, and the window was golden, and the light was coming through the window, and I hear a voice, and the voice tells me, Mariya, you don't have the magic of the pink ray yet. Try using the gold one. But that voice, I cannot explain it. It was like God spoke to me. That's how it felt. It didn't feel like it was coming from the dream, because it's almost like the frequency of that voice was so high that it like reverberated against like the walls of this castle. It was just bigger than life. And I was like, wow, thank you. And so I started making these golden spheres in between my hands. Like when I made this like one large golden sphere, and I blasted it out, and then the entire castle changed in my dream. It was so beautiful. And I walked out of the castle. I was walking the grounds, and everything was pristine and beautiful and perfect, like a fairy tale castle, as opposed to, I don't know, the Count Dracula castle, which it was prior.
Mariya,
and then I wake up in the morning, but the voice is still there. And the same voice that I perceived as the voice of God, if you will, or I don't know, the voice of archangels, it was still in my ear, but it's like telepathic communication. I wasn't hearing an actual voice. It was a voice in my ear. And so that's how my clairaudience opened up. At the time, I had no idea what clairaudience even was, but I knew that
I feel like this, I don't know. Like, we talked about this during the stream with Heidi Powell, who's now getting, voices from God as well, conveniently. out of nowhere, and now is, using that as like the reason for her doing everything she's doing. Like, I started this podcast because God, the voice in my ear told me to do it. And I just, I think it's annoying. It's annoying for me because then you don't need to be an expert in anything. You don't need to study anything. You don't need to qualify anything, because it's like, well, God qualifies. I don't even know what this phrase is. Heidi Powell's used it a bunch of times recently. It's like, God doesn't qualify the called or qualified or something. I don't know the exact thing, but basically, now if you are saying and claiming that God has selected you to deliver messages for him or it or whatever, then now, you don't need to be qualified to do anything. Like, God qualified me to be your lawyer. And you show up in court and you're like, okay, I'm here to defend this person because God told me. It's just like, all right, it's not going to work, And I feel like that's one part that annoys me. The second part is like, this is a sign, and I'm not even saying this as a joke. This is a sign of like psychosis, oncoming psychosis. Like, you're hearing voices. They're telling you to do stuff. They're saying you wake up in the morning from a dream and now it's, talking to you all the time. Like, if we normalize this to a point where everyone's got a God, connection and a voice, and they're using it to sell products and whatever all the time on the internet, I just worry that, people aren't going to be taken seriously when it is a problem or a part of a disorder that needs to be treated. And they're all making it seem like this is a great thing to have these voices in your head. It's like, this could be a traumatic event for someone who's hearing voices and can't turn it off. And I'm like, I don't want to support anyone who's, claiming that they're conversing and then monetizing that immediately and trying to take advantage of vulnerable people, honestly. And what I think it is, it's like you had a thought in your brain. Like, we've forgotten, because I think partially scrolling on our phones 24 hours a day, we're not thinking as much, maybe. And so if you have a thought in your mind, you forget that, hey, I actually can form thoughts myself. Maybe they're not from God. Maybe they're just in my own head. I don't know. That was a long rant to say. This is annoying to me. Come here. And Taro's here, but she's being fussy. She doesn't want to come up. She wants me to pick her up, huh? I think. You want that? Yeah. Okay. Come on.
Voice was not me. It sounded male instead of my voice. My inner voice sounds female, actually. I don't know if you guys, have you ever paid attention to the gender of your inner voice? Try that, because, the more I now communicate with my guides, I really do notice, the different tempos of the voice, and are they male, female? Sometimes it's a kid that talks to you, sometimes like an elderly person.
Like, if you told that to a doctor, they'd be like, okay, yeah, that's probably something we should monitor and treat. You have different gendered voices speaking to it all the time. Come on. What is this?
They really, the guides have really very different facets that they come through. And so that voice remained with me. And it started telling me things that were pretty interesting around the world of spirit. The voice told me that it was one of my spirit guides, and the message that was coming through was so clear. It was like a person was talking to me, only it wasn't my head. And I knew it wasn't my voice, because the things that the voice was telling me were either contrarian or somehow enlightening. Like, they provided a new perspective for me. I don't know that now thinking back at it, was I surprised? I don't know that I was surprised. I was excited, because I think a part of me has always known that there's something bigger than what meets the eye. There's something not right with this reality. Like, it's as if we're not using all of our faculties, all of the facets of what's available to us. And so when the voice showed up and remained, I wasn't terribly surprised. And then essentially the voice told me that, it was meant to awaken, that I actually was a little bit late on my awakening process, that my guides were hoping to wake me up earlier. And so now they had to put me on a fast track towards...
Julie, thank you, Julie, for being a member for 2 months. Thank you. Julie says, please play her Twin Flames video next for sadness. Okay. Just for you, Julie, I will do that. We can watch Twin Flames. And I don't think it's about Twin Flames, the cult. I think it's about Twin Flames, the concept. I believe, I would imagine, but we'll watch it afterwards and see.
Who I was meant to become towards my mission, and why I showed up in the first place. And the voice promised me that I was going to be
given the keys to a lot of knowledge and all of that fun stuff. And then they told me essentially that if I wanted to speed up my pace of awakening, I would have to give up alcohol. Now, at the time, it's not like I was like a drunkard, but I would have wine a couple of times a week as a stress relief. I was in building startups. That's a stressful job. When you're fundraising, it gets intense. And so essentially I was like, oh God, give up wine. But then the voice told me that the same pace of awakening that I could get in 2 months of my life without drinking would equate to 2 years while drinking or like while having wine. And for me, it was really, really easy. From there, I gave up on the spot. Haven't had a drop of alcohol since and never looked back. And from there, some intense things started happening. So the voice told...
I feel like this is either the path of someone who's, bound to be treated for a mental illness. Like, this is kind of like a similar trajectory. Like you're stressed, you have a stressful job. Like I said, she's CEO of ScentBird. Okay. That's stressful. She had a lot of people depending on her. Maybe she's had some sort of traumatic background. She came from Russia pretty young to live in America. That's hard to go through, I would imagine. Okay. She's got success at this business, so she's stressed out. Don't know about her relationship. She hasn't talked about her husband yet or her partner. And, now all of a sudden she's hearing voices. She's, being told that she's going to be given the keys to the universe. Okay, that's one path. The other path is now she becomes a cult leader, which is sort of more so where I think we're headed with this. It's a slow burn. She's building an audience. She's getting people to believe that she's been chosen and she's special and she's going to guide them. And she's got this special connection and she's vegan and doesn't drink alcohol. So she's, got a better chance at it than anyone else. And yeah, I think this is the beginning of a wannabe cult leader. And I don't think she's nefarious right now, but I do feel like, as with all these things, it's a slow drip, a slow burn to get to a place where it's like, okay, God has now told me that we all need to take this cyanide pill, And I don't say that. I am being facetious, but I also believe that is how it happens. It doesn't just happen one day. You gain the trust over years and years, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, why would I not listen to her this time, even though it's like crazy. Boothing, thank you, Boothing. Boothing has been a member for 14 months. Oh my God, we got some 14-monthers in the house. We got a lot of 14-monthers today. That's a year and 2 months. Okay, for anyone who can't do the math.
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
I hope, Boothing, you get tons of priceless, juicy nuggets from this. And also,
Boothing.
What happened to dinosaurs?
That's all for you. Okay, back to it.
Told me everything that I possibly wanted to know about my immediate spirit family, like immediate soul family. There are 8 of us. So, I literally, I think I already started channeling at the time, but the voice was speaking. I was just writing things down on my phone. And then, oh my God. So the first 2 weeks were very intense. And I'm really glad that I was on vacation for the vast majority of it, because essentially what they needed to do, my guides, the higher powers, they needed to expand my light bodies so that information could start pouring in. And so I could start working with a number of my guides. And for 2 weeks, every night, I would feel, I would kind of be sleeping, but not. I would feel like my body was stretched in every direction, like a piece of rubber. And then massive amounts of light were just like
if I was a therapist or a psychiatrist, I'd be like, okay, so you're not sleeping. Okay, write that down. Okay, we got some symptoms coming in. Got it.
Penetrating my body, up, down, front, to the sides. It was pretty intense. And you wake up tired. You wake up like, oh my God, I know they were doing work on me. And then there was also some tuning up that started happening, like the voices. First, it was one voice, and then it turned into voices, and I was able to receive multiple frequencies that were coming through.
And again, that's not a meditation state. That's nothing. And you guys, by the way, I only started meditating after my awakening and not before. I tried before with Headspace, hated it, never did it again until my awakening. And then now obviously I meditate religiously, but that was like kind of like the beginning of my journey. And then I started receiving
That's the app I used to use.
messages for everybody around me and like information about them, which now I understand was, the early points of access to the Akashic records. And so because I was on vacation with my family, my poor parents received like a bunch of downloads from Spirit that were coming through me, and I couldn't hold them back. I literally was starting telling my dad like why he was sick, et cetera, and all of these messages coming through from his higher self. And I don't know, my parents are very down to earth. I'm really, really grateful that they didn't disown me. I'm joking. They love me, but also for them, I'm pretty sure it was like a shock. Like you have your normal kid one day, and then she sees a dream, and then she wakes up in the morning like spewing freaking stuff from God.
Yeah, that would be kind of hard. I guess the whole point of this, and I'm starting to think about this, and this comes up a lot, it's the same thing with like the Heidi Powell stuff. It's like, okay, pointing out what she's saying is obviously wrong. What she's saying is not reality. As far as I understand reality, I don't think that, and I don't know, I don't know anything, but I would imagine that in the world that I see, I don't think that anyone's specifically getting downloads from an ether. And like, why would I not get them versus you versus someone else? I feel like this is just a tactic people use to try to gain power and control in their own lives. But showing it, I'm like, I feel like right now in the middle of this, I'm like, this woman is going through a mental breakdown. Like she probably has an undiagnosed mental health condition. And is it fair for me to like rip her apart and go, okay, this is weird? Fair, yes. Helpful, I don't know. But I guess the thing is, it's to talk about why this is accepted in the mainstream and why there is no concern from people. I guess that is where I start to get hung up on it, where I'm like, all right, if we just turn this off and said, oh, she's having a mental illness. Okay. But there's lots of people out there that think that this is not a mental illness and that this is actually something that is good and should be put money into and that should be like mainstream supported. And I feel like that's the direction that the country's going in, very much so, where it's like all of this needs to be accepted and almost like pushed online. And I'm like, ooh, this is where I do want to speak out about it and go, we need to help this person, not support her into delusion, support this person to a breaking point. Like, it's almost like having a negative attitude about what she's saying is the right and healthier way to be. It's confusing though. Like, I don't know how to express that any clearer. Anyways.
God, or so she says. So I'm pretty sure it was very interesting for my parents, but that was like the very beginning part of my journey. And I was getting downloads all the time. That was also when I started doing automatic writing. That's when you just ask the universe a question, your hand just writes down the answer. Loved that. That was really, really good. And that's how I learned a lot also about the other world. I later found out that the voice that I heard in my dream was the voice of my twin flame. So he was the one to help me through that awakening. I say he because he comes to me in a masculine form. Now we have switched forms upstairs. At one point I was identifying as more masculine. He was identifying as more feminine. Then we flipped. Yeah, and because I share such a special bond with him, just like you guys all share a very special bond with your twin flame, he was able to get through to me before anybody else, just because of the amount of love he holds for me.
Is this a real person, or is this a voice, or is this I'm confused. Is she in the Twin Flames universe, like the actual cult? Knock on wood cult, like not knock on wood, the alleged cult? Huh. Now I don't know. I thought she just meant the concept, but maybe she is in the group because she sounds very similar to those in the group.
Me, at soul level, as well as just the connection, the bridge that we have between the two of us. So very often we serve as catalysts for each other's awakening, when we go through this type of experience. Now, later on, which is almost, by the way, you guys, awakening is a never-ending process. I'm still awakening to the truth of what I am. I'm still building on my relationship with my higher self, all my spirit guides. There are new spirit guides that are coming through literally almost like every other week. I met a new spirit guide yesterday that I've never met before, and we've shared so many lives together on this earth. Every time the new one comes through, it's a blessing. And it's a never-ending journey, frankly. Like, my light bodies have been going on through a massive upgrade about a month ago when I was traveling in Glastonbury. Like, my back was on fire. It was hurting like crazy. So all this is to say that awakening is not like a one and done. It's not a point in time. It's a journey. It's literally like a line or a curvature.
Again, I feel like because of how mainstream all this new age, to me, garbage, and this is something I participated in, okay? So I'm a part of the problem. Because of how mainstream it's become, like there are so many obvious red flags in this that she'll never seek help. Like, there's so much support and so many groups and so many things that she can do and buy and participate in that, like, I don't know, I guess she seems happy, I suppose. So who's to tell her that this is wrong? But like, I don't know. It just seems like it could always, like I said, get to a point where it becomes dangerous. It might be all right today, but then if you're living your life in these terms and all of a sudden you get a voice that says, go and do something crazy, what's stopping her from going, this is not reality. This isn't like, a delusion that I'm having. Like, that's where I go, ooh. Anyways, Laura Andrea, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for that I say,
My guardian angels, my spirit guides.
it's very vogue to have spirit guides these days. Am I right or am I right?
I'd fill that load.
Also,
your crack.
Your crack is whack. Laura Andrea, thank you so much.
In space. And you're never fully done. There's always more to find out. There's always more to learn. But I wanted to tell you about the second part of this, which is what got me onto the work that I'm doing right now, and into starting my podcast. So, my husband, was going through his own awakening, actually almost on the same timeline as I was, but it felt like very different for him. So our paths are so aligned. It's like crazy. It's 1,000,000,000% planned upstairs. And he at the time got curious about hypnosis. So he took a course. He was taking the course by Dolores Cannon. Love her. Sometimes I get compared to her.
Dolores Cannon. Now, is that someone I know? Hypnotherapist. Oh God, this lady. Dolores, I see her on Instagram sometimes. She died. Okay, I'm laughing because she died, but she was like always one of those people who was like, if you want to, like, disease is fake and illness is not real. And I'm like, says the lady who is dead. And I feel R.I.P. Dolores. I feel badly. She lived a long life. She was born in 1931, for God's sakes, and she died in 2014. But you can't be saying that disease and death is fake and then be dead. Your message no longer resonates with me, baby girl. But here she is, and she's very Louise Hay-esque, where she'll give or gave her thoughts about everything, and it's all in our head. And like, you got cancer because you thought wrong. You thought wrong. And she was 83 years old when she died. So that's who I guess Mariya wants to be like. We'll go through a Dolores day at some point also. I'll add her. She's been on my list actually for a while. But here you go. Okay, so her husband, which I now think, okay, something was the husband. I would love to get more information about him and what his role is in all this. Took a course that she did, I guess, after she died. She's got like a recorded course or something for hypnosis, and that's how he's involved. Okay.
Sometimes when people want to offend me, they're like,
oh, and you sound like Dolores Cannon. And I'm like, how is this supposed to be offensive? The lady is a legend. So if you ever try to insult me in comments, you guys, by using Dolores's name, please know it's not going to work out, because I take it as the greatest compliment, because she's one of my teachers. We took
like
the class in hypnosis that Dolores, taught at some point. It's recorded. It's now available online. You guys can all take it if you're curious. Highly recommend it. Essentially what it is,
but maybe.
Yeah, like it's a very simple technique to get somebody into a hypnosis state. And as part of this exercise, you're meant to practice. And I took the class as well with him. And we practiced on each other. We practiced, he was getting me under hypnosis. I was getting him under hypnosis. And then essentially there is, with Dolores's technique, the way that hypnosis happens is you usually do like a past life regression. And then you meet up with, your higher self or an oversoul after you see the past life. And you're able to ask the questions from your higher aspect around why you were shown a particular life. So my higher self came up really, really strong. And like that connection, like she came with such force that I think Sergey, my husband, was, taken aback a little bit, because she is powerful. Like when I channel, she's really powerful. She's not shy. Anytime you guys watch a video with my eyes closed, I connect to my higher self. I channel her. Yeah. And then, so we started practicing some more, and we've realized that.
Okay. Just want to show you ScentBird's website. Okay. So I'm not lying to you. Sergey is this guy. Oops. Okay. Now we're on his LinkedIn. But here's Sergey. That's her husband. And he's the co-founder and CPO at ScentBird and Deck of Scarlet, which is another perfume brand, I believe. Confessions of a Rebel, Good Habit, Sanctuary, 500 Strong. I don't know what any of that is. Fort Myers. Interesting. So he's a Florida guy. God, it's in Florida? ScentBird's in Florida? Oh, no. Oh, no. They're around the corner. Yikes. Okay. Well, wait, let me go back to that. Hold on. ScentBird, Sergey. Let's go back to the website. It says CPO on his LinkedIn, but then now it says COO, which is the Chief Operations Officer. Okay, of the company. Yeah, and this is current day. I don't know what Andre is all about, but these two are hypnotizing each other and running the company. Okay, so she is the founder and CEO, and he is the founder and COO, and then Andre is the CTO. And it says, Mariya has a strong vision for ScentBird, a clear understanding of the tech industry, as well as a great nose and the ability to translate fragrance into moving visuals. She is a speed reading coach and danced ballroom professionally for 8 years. But her true passion is perfume. I think her true passion is herself as an awakened being, but okay. She moved to New York City from her native Russia, began a scent blog, and started ScentBird in early 2013. Okay, and then Sergey has a deep expertise in leading product development in the consumer startup space. Prior to joining ScentBird, he was a head of product development for Social Mart, a large CPC ad network. A seasoned entrepreneur, he sold his first company at age 22. He is an expert in growth hacking and gamification, as well as product development, UI and UX design, and project management. Okay, where does the hypnosis come in? Where does the twin flames come in? Interesting. So they're very normal, seemingly, and then they got caught up in 2018. I don't know. There's more to this story, I'm sure. Let's hear it.
Essentially, anytime I was under hypnosis, he could ask me any question, or he could ask my higher self any question. And she literally had answers around anything under the sun, from very mundane topics to, and personal things to like universe at large, kind of like source consciousness types of topics. And initially we started just recording all of those sessions for ourselves. And, that was the time when Sergey started getting into the twin flames, and, he started asking her about the twin flames. And so we recorded even a few meditations that she recommended. And I think it was...
And she is her, but channeled. So he's asking her, and she's referring to her as her, but I think her is actually her. Does that make sense? Thank you, Mai says, so is he her twin flame or is that separate? I don't know. I'm confused as well. I think so, but like maybe his higher channeled self is part of this conversation too. Like they're communicating upstairs, as she says. So they're doing their ethereal relationship as well as an earthly 3D relationship, I guess. I don't know.
I am not emotionally stable.
That's all I know. Also,
I was birthing Heidi Lane.
Also,
I have a new epiphany. I have a new revelation every single time.
Every single day. I'm not sure, Mai. Hopefully she'll explain that better. Maybe her higher self will explain it.
Just a matter of time. Now, I was on the fence. I was not at all interested in recording myself for the people. I was very much in my little closet of comfort, just, being in business and, just doing my business things. And I think Sergey knew. And so he bought our first microphone and really got the quality of the sound to be a lot more professional. And the beginning of what happened...
I mean, I support buying microphones. But I'm on to this guy. He's something sketchy about him.
Are the first episodes of Conversations with My Higher Self, which we have now rebranded as This Is Mariya podcast. But the first, many months of Conversations with My Higher Self podcast was just me in a hypnosis state. I was lying on the bed, my eyes closed. And Sergey would just ask me questions, and there would be a mic right next to my mouth. And he would just, ask me questions about everything. And we recorded it and turned that into a podcast. And the rest is history. So that's really probably like the next step of how I started connecting with my higher self. And then, I learned to bring myself into the hypnotic state without needing any assistance. And now I can do it sitting down. And, my connection with my higher self has really, really grown. At one point, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be able to channel without the eyes closed. But, there are challenges associated with that, actually, because when I channel, my third eye is really, really active. So a lot of the times information that comes through, especially when I'm doing any type of meditation or when I'm explaining how the energy works, like what you're supposed to do to heal a particular ailment, they're showing it to me. My guides are showing it to me as a picture where like an image, a moving image. And it's actually better to have your eyes closed when you're trying to tune into that, because with your eyes open, can actually, over time, if you do a lot of channeling with your eyes open, but your third eye is really, really activated, your normal eyesight can worsen. And I need my eyesight because I'm also a writer.
We need to call in Samantha Lotus to help fix that. And it's just a crutch, Mariya. Just believe you can see and you shall see. And don't ever wear glasses because your optometrist doesn't want you to know that. God. Speaking of Samantha, she's doing a mastermind on how not to pay your taxes now.
You do not need glasses. Take off your glasses and go drive a vehicle.
That's an insult for you. Okay, we're almost done with this video.
Oh my gosh. And how I channeled my first book, that was like a whole other situation. I was not going to talk about it, but I'm doing this in the flow and it feels aligned. So I first started doing my podcast and I was really, really comfortable in the audio format. We just had one podcast at a time. And then I got a commission from Spirit to write a book. I've always been tempted to write a book.
Is that in earthly dollars? Can I get an advance from Spirit as well for $1 million? I would really love to put it on a down payment for a mansion. Can it commission me as well? Spirit gave you a commission. What does that mean? Tell me more.
I've started 3 times in my past lives. Not past lives, I shouldn't be saying that, because sometimes when I say that, it actually means a past life. But no, when I was younger, I tried starting, I started writing books, most of them in the fantasy genre. I never finished one. And so when Spirit came through and they're like, Mariya, how much, of an impact would you like to have? How many people would you like to help?
0.
And I said, as many as possible, please. And then Spirit said, then you have to write a book. And I said, yes. And what is the topic? And they said the topic is manifestation. And that is how I received my book. And then when that came through as a download, Spirit voice,
do these people just not take a second? I mean, maybe this is the power of negativity. It's like, just go through that thought process real quick once again. Writing a book, okay, is that going to really help a bunch of people to write it about manifestation? Do enough books not exist already on this topic? Maybe I'm just collecting random words from these YouTube videos I've already admitted that I've been watching and involved in and listening to in the background of my life. Maybe it could just be a bunch of words and what they're doing that I am now feeling that I should be doing because of peer pressure or some sort of like wanting to fit in with that industry, as opposed to actual directions from God. Maybe we should just think like, what's more likely here?
Voice told me, hey, just sit down and write down the outline. And
it's very true, Joms. It's like the L. Hubbard guy from Scientology. He was a science fiction writer who then all of a sudden was like, no, this one's real though. When writing Dianetics for Scientology. Seems like she was a fantasy writer, but now like the book that she wrote this time though is real. It's from an actual source beyond her. It's like, people just write your fiction. Like, you don't have to qualify it, please. Like, you don't need to qualify it that like, oh, this one's from God though, so you should read it. My name's on it, but it didn't actually come from me. It's like, okay, just stand behind your work.
Did, and I channeled the outline for that book in 15 minutes. Some of the named chapters did not make sense to me. Like, if you asked me what the stacking principle was, I would have been like, what? I have no idea what the stacking principle is. And that is, of course, one of my chapters now in 72 Keys to Manifestation. And it was a beautiful dance between me and Spirit, where I had to develop a commitment to write every Sunday. Because obviously I work Monday through Friday, I do the normal things. And in order for me to tune up to the energies and really channel, I need to be in my own zone, and writing takes it to a whole other level. And so I chose that.
I want to talk to a former ScentBird employee that's interacted with her at some point. If you know anybody, we should look on LinkedIn. If anyone wants to come on the channel and talk about their experience working with her and how it's been like working for a normal company with a person who's got these beliefs, I would love to know that. It would be very interesting to hear.
Sunday is going to be my day for writing. Now, the sun, Sunday, day of the sun. The sun was one of my patron saints for writing 72 Keys to Manifestation, so it was perfect timing. And now I love writing on Sundays. Now that book is long completed. I'm on my third book now, writing my third book. And my Sunday routine is just being in my writer's shoes, and I really, really love it. But this was the first book that I've ever completed, and I had so many fears that I was never going to be able to finish a book. And now I know that is not a fear based on anything real. That was just a fear. We are never complete. We're always unfolding. Our light bodies are always evolving. I could probably talk to you for another 30 minutes about all the different symptoms of awakening that I have personally experienced. I don't know, maybe I'll make a video about etheric wings. If you want me to make a video about etheric wings, please let me know in the comments.
No.
And how they open up and all the mess that surrounds it. I'm really, really happy to do it.
No.
All right. Please, in the comments, let me know if you've had any similar experiences to me.
Oh God, this sounds interesting too. The main physical signs and symptoms of a spiritual awakening. I have night sweats and my limbs started falling off. That might mean you are having a spiritual awakening. Okay, well, we learned a lot. I think the husband is guilty of something, would be my first guess here. The husband seems to maybe have precipitated this, or, he's the one hypnotizing her and all of that. And I think, I don't know, maybe he's more involved that she's letting on, and that he might be like some sort of guiding force. Or maybe she's leading him. I don't know. Who's to say? But, she seems to be not the most down to earth, I guess I would say. And again, like, she seems to be running the company semi-successfully. It's just like, I wonder when it progresses, how that will shake up. It's 6:22. It's been 2 hours. I got like an hour left in me. Do you want to, I see some people asking about Heidi Powell video. I think we've explored a lot about Mariya. I think, honestly, my final thoughts about her are, it's very bizarre that she's the CEO of ScentBird. If I was a creator that actually got sponsorships, I would think twice about accepting it, just because I feel like down the line, and I guess like no one's gonna blame, people for taking a sponsorship for ScentBird if this woman does something crazy in the future. But I just do think that there should probably be some alignment, as you say, with who you're sponsoring or being sponsored by. And just like take a quick second that she's gonna say something controversial and more controversial as time goes on, most likely, and may have some sort of, breakdown of some point. And don't say I didn't warn you, okay? If you're taking sponsorships from ScentBird, because it can only go downhill from here. Is what I always say. Anyways, so do we want to watch a Heidi video where she's basically accusing us of, I say us, accusing the bullies of being bullies? We can do that real quick. I have not watched it yet, so I don't know what it contains. A lot more of the same, I'm assuming. But I always like a good. We gotta watch these podcasts while they're here, because I don't think they're going to last very long. They're not gonna last. I think Heidi has made it very clear that she wants to stop the podcast, and actually has never wanted to begin it in the first place. I think that's the line that I'm getting here. So bye, Mariya. It's been real. We'll check in with you again at some other point. And we gotta move on to more pressing matters. Okay, this is from Heidi Powell on YouTube. It has 656 views, so we know we are getting the exclusive right here. And also, I listened to this podcast called Duped recently. I've listened to it for a little while now. And the two hosts had made a comment about, people bullying Dave Hollis. And I felt it was directed towards creators like me. And I don't disagree with what they said, but I have many, many thoughts about this, like, covering these types of topics and covering their personal lives. And it's like, I'm sorry to say, but if you make your personal life your business, which is what this podcast is, Heidi Powell talking about her personal life as a monetizable career move. I mean, what do you want me to do? Like, I would love for you to have a car dealership and I could talk about that instead, but we are not doing that. We're making our lives, our content, and our business. So what would you like me to critique? I just find it to be like a little judgmental on their part. And I also think, and I'm not saying that to them personally, but just generally people who have like concerns about, the personal life. It's like, I'm not the one finding out this information. All I'm doing is like looking at it and going, that seems unhealthy. And if that's wrong, then I don't want to be right. Okay. But yeah, and I feel, what was I going to say about that too? I don't know. That was my two thoughts, and I wanted to reach out to them specifically and talk about that, but they didn't have like an Instagram. So I was like, well, I guess I'll never address this. Anyways. Okay. So Heidi Powell, I almost let bullying take my power away. Let's do it.
Hi. It's me,
Got the
Heidi.
shot.
And
sort of.
I want to start today by saying how much I appreciate those of you who are showing up each and every week to listen to this podcast. It is a deep honor and something that I take very, very seriously. And it's something I appreciate very, very much. And also, it is something that brings me a little bit of fear, knowing that each and every week you guys are showing up for me, has me once again, man, I'm beating a dead horse with this, but this is just the reality of this. Once again, it has me questioning my worthiness to do this.
So because people are listening, allegedly, I mean, like I said, this video's got 600 views, so I guess not that many. I think actually that's what she's saying, that not enough people have listened. Therefore, now I'm worried that I'm like, you know, not affecting enough people, even though she'll say, if I just help one person, it's worth it. And she's already got hundreds of people on her Instagram telling her every day how amazing she is and how beautiful she is and how perfect she is. So that's bullshit because she's already got one, you know? But I think in reality, she's nervous that this hasn't gotten enough views and it's not worth her time, which, hey, I agree. That's a business decision. That's how you should be thinking about these things. But the way she's presenting it is like, so many people have supported me, therefore I don't feel good enough. I don't think that's true, personally.
And it has me wondering if what I'm giving you is enough. I know I said it in the first episode and I'm going to say it again. I am not here to teach you. I'm here to love you. And hopefully through my love, you will be taught. I would be lying though if I said that, you know, as I come to record these, I have so many thoughts and so many ideas. I'd be lying if I told you I felt super confident about what I'm doing.
We know.
And honestly, before every single podcast I do, there has not been one podcast to date where I've gone to record where I'm like, I am ready. I am doing this. Maybe the day before, but what's interesting is as I inch closer to recording every podcast, there's an odd sense of stuckness that creeps into me. And like literally the minutes before, the seconds before, it gets deeper. And I mean, like, it's
almost as if this is your intuition telling you again and again and again and again to stop doing this. Why are we not listening? Why are we listening to Keya, the friend who's pushing you into this against your actual wants? Heidi, come on. I'll be your life coach. You don't have to do this. No one's expecting this of you. Go be with your kids. Be a mom if that's what you want. No one needs this. Thank you. It's like screaming at her in her own mind. And she's like, it's a limiting belief. It's like, oh my God. Everything else is like, the anxiety manifested in my body because I wasn't listening to my, inner calling. Okay. But yet when your voice is telling you, stop, don't, you're like, that's me being not listening to my truth. I don't know. I don't get it. It's so confusing.
Like the doubt in my head is going at 100 miles an hour. All of the reasons why I shouldn't do the podcast today and maybe I should wait until tomorrow creeps back in again. I'm recording this on a Wednesday. I know you guys are going to listen to it on Monday, potentially, if you're listening the day it comes out. I was supposed to record this podcast Monday. So 2 days ago, I was supposed to record this podcast. And here we are. I said, okay, wait, no. We're going to do it Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday came. We're going to do it Wednesday. And even tonight, I'm like, or right now, I'm like, man, maybe I should just push this and do it tomorrow morning before I leave town.
This doesn't light up your soul. I thought you were supposed to do things you're passionate about and things that you just are so joyous about. This is obviously a nightmare for her. Stop.
6:30 in the morning, which is not going to happen. I actually leave town tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m., but I've come up with every single reason already why I should not record this podcast today. And I think one of the biggest reasons for me why that fear is still there is I have only ever known my existence in the public as someone who teaches you guys as a professional, right? I've taught nutrition education. I've taught fitness. I've taught.
As a woman who eats, my expertise, nutrition. Just FYI, I don't think she's got any sort of, she's not a dietitian. I know that for sure. So you weren't really an expert then either. You're just making it up as you go. And that's what you're doing now as well.
Personal development. And I have a very, I think, beautiful and robust curriculum with a great team that's helped me create all of it. It's not just me. I've had an incredible, many wonderful collaborators to help me come up with what we have. And here I am now in a totally different format that is real and raw. And my natural instinct and my natural inclination, right? When the podcast starts to get feedback and people are like, I like this. My natural inclination is, oh my gosh, I need to start teaching again. I need to start pulling all the things that I know work. What? And I actually get in that mindset. And then I start creating. I mean, you guys, the notes that I have, there's 8 pages here. There's 2 pages here. I know you're listening right now. There's 3 more pages right here on lined paper. The notes that I have of the things I want to teach you are all over. And then what happens is I sit in front, I'm overwhelmed by the things.
I'm going to teach you how to organize the papers in your life. Look at me. I've got 75 papers of all different kinds. They're all over the place. I'm not going to talk about any of them. I'm going to teach you. Okay. We've not learned the lessons
I need to teach. I sit in front of it. I read it all. And then I'm like, what am I doing?
I don't know.
Heidi, remember, this podcast is not a thing that you are creating and doing to help build the kingdom of Heidi. This podcast is a thing you have agreed to do to help build the kingdom of God. And I have chills as I say this.
Girl, the kingdom of God is fine without you. Okay. Like, it doesn't need the help. I don't know. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. That's what a lot of people say when they want to do something and they want to get, like, they don't want to be judged for it. They're like, I'm building the kingdom of God. It's like, how? I just am. Okay, I don't know. Again, this is like, this is something that came up a lot for me in self-help when I was doing personal development, because it's like, everyone needs to express themselves, be creative. And then you go, okay, what do I want to talk about? What do I want to create? And it's like a podcast about other people's purpose. Like, what's your purpose in life? My purpose in life is to help you find your purpose. And your purpose in life is to find your purpose for other people's purpose. It's like there's no actual creativity going on. There's no actual thoughts that are being produced or like, other than like doing what you're doing now, get more people into the group, I guess, or tell people how amazing you're doing so that they feel like they want to join and do the modalities that you're doing. Other than that, I did feel very stuck too when they were telling me like, be creative, go make something. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go make something about me trying to find my creativity. It's like, it's sort of, we got that. We have enough of that content, quite enough of it. And I think this is exactly what she's doing right now.
Heidi, this podcast is not a thing you are adding to your plate because you need to prove your worthiness like you used to. No, this podcast is an ask from God and a promise from Him to make you a channel to convey the words and the messages that need to be conveyed. I have things highlighted here. I've got a lot of notes on top of notes, typed notes, color-coded notes.
All this is doing is making you feel more significant. And hey, that's okay. Everyone wants to feel significant. But at the same time, I get offended when people are like, I'm chosen to be a channel. Why am I not a channel? I want to be a channel. I want to have God care about me. I want to have other people care about me. But it's like, no, only certain people that are blonde and beautiful are allowed to be this way, or rich, or have the capacity and have the time. It's like, it's not fair. It just feels unfair.
And
And I'm saying that as a joke, but I do mean it. It's like, that's why I get annoyed, because I'm like, what makes you so much better than everyone else that you are going to be the channel and get to have a podcast and sit on your couch and relax, and this is your life, and other people have to go work at the Purdue chicken farm, you know? Like, it just seems so unfair.
I realize that that's not what you guys need. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, to be honest. I think what you guys need, and I have my good friend Keya to thank for this. Actually, Monday, when I was going to record the podcast the first time,
red flag.
When I backed out, I decided to go to Optimize with Keya, which is a place I love. Optimize is a place where we cold plunge and sauna, and I do breath work inside of this really cool room that has a biocharger. I'm sure I've talked about it on here.
You've talked about it every podcast. We get it. We know that you love cold plunging and doing breath work. We got it. We don't need to hear it again.
Here. And it's a place that I go. I love to say that that breath work and body work and soul work like that, it is the inner church that is just as, if not more important, to connect and have a part of along with the outer church. So it is my inner church that goes with the outer church. So religion or spirituality or anything we're doing where we're talking about the word of God, great. But for me, if I am a closed off being and I have an agitated nervous system, I cannot be a channel for God. And so, and I
think he'll be all right. She'll be fine. It'll be great. Like, it's okay. Let yourself relax. This is not a good mindset to have. If that you can't calm down, God can't get his message out. That is way more pressure on yourself than anyone needs to have.
Felt that on Monday. I felt, oh my gosh, I am completely closed off. I'm letting all of the fears to come in and control my way of thinking. I'm like, literally, Moses could be in front of me right now speaking the word of God, and I would not hear him. I couldn't hear him because I am so closed off right now. I can't connect with myself. And if I cannot connect with myself, I cannot connect with God. And if I can't connect with God, I'm not conveying the message of God. And this makes this whole thing irrelevant and something I shouldn't be doing. So I actually took time. I was very, 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 very stuck on Monday. I mean, in a major way. And guys, there's a part of me that's embarrassed to tell you guys this stuff. Like, you in this podcast are getting a real live peek at these insecurities that I have.
I used to think, and I don't know if it was a self-help thing or if it was just like where I was at or how I really feel about it now, to be honest, but I definitely used to think that being vulnerable was like such a great, brave thing to do. And like, the more you could share about your trauma, the more you could reveal about your childhood, like the better. And I feel like I've really changed from that mindset before, because there is some truth to it that it is helpful, and to be honest, and to not like put on airs and bullshit people, even on a platform like this. But I also think that it's been so overdone. It's been co-opted and used in MLMs to sell fucking fizzy popsicle sticks to people who are like trying to lose weight and whatever, you know, like, or to get people to join the, you know, LuLaRoe so that like, I have a child that's going through a disorder and and like bringing people in and joining these groups online to like get into people's insecurity. The more you share about your insecurities, the more vulnerable you are to these predators out there that want to take advantage of you and will use any tactic possible to get you to buy or like whatever they're selling, whether that's coaching or products or, you know, retreats or listening to a podcast or whatever they're selling, whatever they're hawking at you. The more that you share with the world about your insecurities, the more they're going to try to use that and manipulate it specifically to you. So her saying this and telling us all this stuff, it hurts me because I'm like, I don't need to know. No one needs to know this. Protect yourself, Heidi. Like, I'm not telling her to be fake, but just if you're feeling this raw, back away from the public for a little bit until you feel like you're able to like come out and do something where you're not just like gonna be a walking target for every, you know, grifter out there.
And what's interesting is you are getting a peek at these insecurities for the first time, as I am sometimes noticing them for the first time as well. I think in my life previously, historically, I've stayed so busy that I have not allowed myself the time or the space to let what's there and has been there all along come out. And in this season, I am letting myself be free.
Doesn't sound like
and
it.
I truly believe that allowing myself to be free is a massive and major step in my healing. And I recognize that me being free in front of a camera
sound very trapped,
and on a microphone does make me incredibly vulnerable.
Yeah.
Which is not good. And that's a scary thing. I know I've talked about that before. But again, I feel like this is what I need to do. And I'm going to go back to Keya. Keya, I appreciate you if you're listening to this, because I went to optimize with you the other day in this very stuck state. And when she arrived at my house and I was not me. I am not joking you. I was not me. I was very rigid and cold and almost mad.
Oh, no.
And my anger, I am going to say anger.
Heidi Powell, the nicest, most, unhuman human possible, had anger. Oh my God. Oh, this is her issue. I see it now very clearly. God just told me. The fact that she feels like she's not allowed to be angry about anything is so ridiculous. You're allowed to have your feelings, Heidi. Not everything has to be flowers and rainbows. This is her whole problem. She feels like if she's not feeling, oh, I'm inspired. Oh, I feel great. Everything's the best, the best, the best. Rachel Hollis has this problem too. If it's not the best, the most, oh my God, or the worst, it's nothing. The gray areas don't exist. Ironically, her whole house is gray. She's got no gray areas in her mind, I guess. And it's like, you were mad on Monday. Okay, let it be. Let it be. You don't have to explain away. Like, I was mad and I can't even believe it. Like the trauma she's feeling right now for having an angry thought. It's like, you gotta let that out. You gotta get off of the fucking biocharger and go talk out your feelings with someone that's professional.
I felt a little bit upset, maybe at myself, for starting this podcast. I felt a little bit upset at, maybe frustrated. I don't want to say upset, maybe frustrated with God for asking me to do it. And maybe mostly frustrated with myself because maybe I got it wrong and I wasn't supposed to do this after all. And now I'm in, a person who's going to take back and stop what I already started. And that sucks, right? Like I was in this place of, I want to quit.
Just quit.
I want to quit this podcast.
Okay.
I had 6 episodes out or recorded and I'm like, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. I don't want to do it. Once again, I was kind of doing this thing where I was, if you remember from episode 1, I think I maybe drew this visual. And if I didn't,
I feel like this whole podcast is a podcast about how lucky we all are that she hasn't quit yet. Because she really wants to, but God is like forcing her to do this. And we should be so lucky that she hasn't, she's overcome her own insecurities to make sure that we get this information. But the information is that she has insecurities about doing this podcast. And it's a cycle that makes no sense. And it's just like, it's frustrating to listen to. And again, I just feel like she needs to get offline and go get help and just chill a little bit.
And I'm going to draw it now. I felt like there was a rope around me and someone was pulling me and I was just digging my heels in. And Keya showed up to my house so bright and so light and so excited to be with me. And I automatically, when she walked in the door, I felt her energy and I knew my energy. I felt her brightness and I knew my darkness in that moment. And I automatically felt bad because I knew I was not matching her. And then I felt guilty because I was in a room with someone who typically I match the energy of. And today I felt like all I was doing is bringing her down. And I'm sure she could tell. She didn't say if she couldn't, but we got in the car, we drove to Optimize, and we had a conversation, and she was just bubbling with joy and excitement and life and activity and activation. All things. I mean, you guys have seen Keya. So there's Kara. This is Kara. Keya is the one who's been on the podcast, but you guys have witnessed my friend Keya on the podcast, and she is all of those things. Keya is the same. She is and was all of those things. And seeing that bright light.
And it's also like, it's probably bullshit too, that she feels like maybe she's got to be like that because you're bubbly and all that, all the time. And so she feels like, okay, I got to go over and like be happy, 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 because that's what she expects of me. And she's probably not like that all the time. And even so, it's like, she's like, I'm hoping, a grown woman. And if she can't tolerate your one-time, upset behavior or upsetness because you had a bad day, then that's not a good friend. Find a new friend. If you feel guilty for not being joyous at all moments, that person is not holding the right space for you, in my humble, non-expert opinion. And thank you. It's coming in now. Thank you to JLB Nerdy. Thank you so much. JLB Nerdy says, do we have a bet on how long she's going to do this? I think she's got some episodes that she recorded that she hasn't posted yet. So once those are out, I give it another month, maybe. I think by February, this will be done. I think February, Valentine's Day time frame, it'll be gone. It'll be a distant memory. That's my guess. We can come back to this moment then and see how I did. I've been wrong before many, many times, especially when it comes to Rachel Hollis, but what her next move is. So who's to say? But that'd be my guess. So I think we'll be done by February.
Whatever. Dumbass.
That's me. Thank you, JLB Nerdy. And Julie, thank you so much. Julie says she effed up getting a passport. God didn't pick her. Yeah, why didn't God let you know that your passport was expired when you were supposed to go to Mexico? That'd be more relevant information, God.
This is just stupid. It's bad because it's stupid and you're normal.
That's what God's saying. He's like, I'm not talking to you. You're normal. I have other shit going on. I guess God wouldn't say that. He'd be like, I have other things going on, ma'am.
Deep belly laughs.
Casey Keeney. Thank you, Casey. Casey says, I need some Dave Ramsey to lighten the mood. Well, you're in the right place. You're in the right place.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating
Skittles and watching Oprah reruns. I'm going to sit here and just do all of them with my own voice on top. Ready?
Somebody ought to smack you.
Ready? Somebody ought to smack you. Okay, one more.
Nothing.
There you go. Okay, back to Heidi. And again, I feel like guilty about watching this. Like, I'm like, yeah, I think someone said it. Like, it's like reading a diary. It's like, this is like a video diary of someone going through it, which, hey, I'm going through it too with you. I'm going through it, Heidi, as well. My life is a little bit in shambles right now. Like I said in the beginning of this episode, like the holidays are a rough time for me, but I don't want to put all my feelings out there on the internet. I just don't. Trust me, guys, gals, pals, I got a lot of feelings. I got a lot of issues. I share some. I don't share them all. And you shouldn't either. Let's all have a little bit of privacy. Amen. Okay? Let's keep it to ourselves to a point. Share when it's appropriate. That's the key here, I think. Anyways, back to Heidi oversharing.
In her made me feel more insecure and more insignificant and more upset. And I could not figure out how to get past this stuckness. And the only way in my head was, I'm going to quit the podcast. I'm literally going to quit the podcast. I'm not doing this. I don't have enough time. This is the voice in my head. I don't have enough time. I have 4 kids going in 4 completely different directions at 4 different schools. It feels like a lot. So in my mind, I'm like, I got to quit this. I cannot do this. I cannot. And now I'm going to look stupid in front of
that edit because it was just a jump cut, it was probably like, my son goes to Jefferson High School. My daughter goes to Roosevelt Elementary School. And it cut it out because they're like, we probably shouldn't tell the general public all this information
of everyone. And I don't know what they need to hear. I'm not sure what to teach. I can pull from all these different things. And then all of these thoughts going through my mind, these thoughts are going through my mind, and Kara's talking. And she actually, out of the blue, I mean, we had talked about a lot of stuff. We talked about grief because she had just had someone pass as well. We had talked about the podcast, and she actually turned to me out of the blue and said, hey, I feel like you need to hear this right now. She said, I listened to your first episode today. And she said, I want to let you know how proud I am to be your friend, which felt very nice because I am very proud to be her friend. I'm very proud of all of my friends. But she said, I feel like you need to hear that no one wants to hear you do a podcast the same way everyone else does a podcast. She said, quote, I mean, I might get this wrong, but she said, quote, I have no interest in listening to any of those podcasts. I don't have interest in listening to someone teach me in a traditional way. I'm beyond that in my life. I feel like that's for the sheep. And she said, I believe, and take it for what it's worth, but I believe what people...
I think teachers in schools should just talk about their personal lives, and then the children will just absorb mathematics via osmosis. I love when the teacher just talks about their ex-boyfriend and all the, drama going on in their day, and somehow they will absorb the SAT prep that they need so desperately. Okay, fine. Like, whatever. Great. Awesome. Like, when are we going to get to it? Like, we're talking about it as if like this is not the podcast continuously. Like, we are in it. We're in it, girl. We're in it. We're with you. Teach us or don't, or love us or whatever. But like, can we stop talking about the act of this podcast for 1 second?
People need from you is you just showing up as you. And I remember when she said it first, I was still kind of shut off to the whole idea. I was like, yeah. I like, why does anyone want me to show up as me?
That's
and
so
then
sad.
She brought that up probably 5 or 6 more times throughout the night. And as we were kind of talking about other things, and really she was slowly inching her way. It's like she found a little crack in my mask, in my shield. And like her light slowly was making its way in and opening me up. It was like there was a crack, and it was like, and she kept opening me up little by little by little. And towards the end of the night, I don't remember exactly what the shift was, but there was a moment where I remember her saying again, hey, I'm going to say it again. And I know I keep saying the same thing, but people do not want you to try with this podcast.
Okay.
What they want is for you.
Speak for yourself, Kara. I would love people to try when they're creating content. Okay, that's just my personal opinion. I would love the creators to at least try.
You to show up as you. She said they want to witness you going through this process. Because as you go through,
I don't know.
They can relate. And
what process?
And she one of the things she said too that I really appreciated was she said, it's like when you step into a room. When you step into a room, she said, you light up the room, not because of how you try, but because of who you are. And I'm telling you guys this, not to brag. I'm telling you guys this because I feel the same way about her. And I feel the same way about so many other friends of mine. So as she said that, something literally clicked in my mind. I thought of Keya Polson walking into a room. When Keya does not try, when Keya is just Keya, like when I am going back and forth with her over voice memo during the day and we are just spilling our true feelings, like our deepest, darkest, scariest thoughts. that is when I love her the most, because she is just being who she is. And in who she is, I am actually able to connect to who I am. And I am able to feel more human. And I am able to see in her experience myself and potentially a way through the struggle that I'm dealing with. And that just happened today.
Okay, great. Love it. Love that idea. Tell me a story. Tell me a freaking story about something that's going on in your life beyond, I woke up to do this podcast and I didn't want to do this podcast. And my friends told me I should do this podcast. I don't want to do this podcast, but I told myself and God told me I should do it. And in this podcast, I want to do this podcast. Like, oh my God. How about you tell a story about, so when I was growing up and I was in gymnastics, this happened and I don't know, something, please. I don't know. I don't care. Something. Leave your kids out of it, but anything else, it's fair game. Let's talk about extreme weight loss. Something.
With her. I mean, there was some back and forth over text that had me I actually said to her, I said, you are so bold. Like, you being bold is an example to me and a reminder to me that my boldness will shift other people the same way your boldness has shifted me. But back to optimize, it was a really, really cool experience with Keya. And I really appreciate Keya because in hearing like her opening me up with her light and her reminding me that this is not supposed to be a traditional podcast. This is supposed to be me showing up as me, sharing me, as confusing and nonsensical as that sounds to me. Because I mean, I learn more from other people. I don't learn as much from me. So it's hard for me to envision you are learning from me. But as confusing as it is, I do trust that. And I do trust that this is what it's supposed to be. I had the realization the other day that this podcast I'm going to do seasons. I should say I made the decision that I'm going to do seasons in this podcast for a handful of reasons. It kind of gives me a start and an end. By the way, thank you for being along this journey with me, because you're creating this alongside me. Your feedback is creating this alongside me. But the seasons, by giving it a start and an end, I feel like I'm not climbing a mountain that is what's the word? I feel like I'm not climbing a mountain that is unsummitable, if that makes sense. Instead, no. I can digest and I can fathom chapters, right, of a book. But you give me a book that does not have an end in sight. It's just page after page after page to infinity.
If this passion project, this isn't advice, this is unsolicited advice to everyone listening. If you are doing a passion project and it literally makes you feel like you're climbing a mountain to do it, to accomplish it, it's probably not a passion. Someone is manipulating you to do this probably. Or it's a job that you've told yourself is a passion and it's actually not something you're interested in. The obvious feelings that are coming up for her are, get away from this. Her logic, because of she's putting this out there to her friends and they're giving them her feedback and telling her the opposite of what she's thinking and feeling, that's what's confusing her here. This is what's causing the stress, I believe. So if you feel like, okay, you got your sewing kit out and you're like, I'm gonna sew this button on, and that feels like you have to climb a mountain to do it, that's probably not the hobby for you. I just pick something else. Try crochet. I don't know. Podcasting is not for everybody. And sharing I think she's got almost like I shouldn't say fetish, but like a fetish about like sharing public information, very, very deep public information, and then getting like harsh feedback. She's like, oh, it's like so horrible. But then like she continuously does it and does it and does it. Her and Dave were the same. They would embarrass themselves constantly, publicly. For what? For what end? It didn't help your business. It made people confused that liked you. They were confused and they felt weird about liking you probably. And the people who don't like you continued to not like you. So I just don't understand the logic at all. Anyways, that's my rant. This is weird. Back to it.
and beyond, like that is so intimidating. And I think there's been a part of me with this podcast that started to feel so insanely intimidated by the idea of it never ending. I'm like, OMG, every week for the rest of my life. What if I run out of inspiration? What if God stops speaking to me? What if, I don't know, like, what am I, like, I'm not anything great. Why? And listen, we are all something great. So I need to be careful when I say that. I'm giving you my negative self-talk as I say that. But truly, the idea that it is never ending is absolutely terrifying to me. So this idea of seasons,
come on,
is awesome because I love the idea of seasons in my life. I love knowing that, and I've talked about this before on here, but I love knowing that I just came out of a long, freaking hellish, dark, cold winter, right? And now that it's springtime, right? And I'm in creation again, there's the occasional dark, cold day. Cause like in spring, there's the occasional dark, cold day. And I feel it, but I know I'm in a spring, right? And I know after spring is going to be summer where I'm like actually frolicking in the meadows and having pool parties or whatever it is, right? In my creation. And then after summer, I know there's going to be fall again and it's going to be time to let go of something. We talked about this in a previous podcast. It's letting go of those leaves. It's going to be time for those leaves to fall and me to let go of them. So,
okay. Chels Marie. Thank you so much, Chels Marie. Chels Marie says, catching up and starting at the beginning. Whew. Godspeed. I'm at 1 year, 1 month, 26 days of membership. Also, Keya's going to kick that turkey trot butt. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I am running a 40-minute 5K at this point. Not the best, not the worst. I'll take it. So I'm trying to get back. Back in the day, if you can believe it, I was running a 28-minute 5K, which for me was very good. So I'm not there at all. But look, I got these little weights. I'm going to get there. I'm going to try to get my muscles up while we listen to Heidi. I have to be productive at this point while listening to Heidi because I feel like my brain cells are leaving my body listening to this. No offense, Heidi, but it's not that it's bad. It is, but it's like, it's just repeated. I've already heard it. So I need to activate my mind. So yes. So thank you. Thank you very much, Chelsea Marie. Shout out to you.
We're best friends.
And also, if you don't watch to the end,
I'm going to smash your phone.
And keep that in mind. Okay, back to you, Heidi.
And then after fall, we all know it's winter again. So I love the idea of seasons because it gives me comfort that I am exactly where I'm supposed to be at all times and in all places and in all things. I am where I'm supposed to be. So this season thing, it also is going to give me a little bit of a break, because like with the season, I can do 8 episodes, 9 episodes, 10. I can take a little bit of a break. I can really take time, like with our goals that we set, I can take time to look back and say, okay, am I on track? Are these mini goals? Is this mini season? Is this bringing me closer to where I want to be in my life? Okay. Yes, no. What are the areas that it is? What are the areas that it's not? Let's reevaluate. Let's reassess. Let's make some tweaks to the plan. And then let's do it again. And there's something so beautiful about that rest period. So if anyone here is thinking of starting a podcast or doing anything, I'm going to encourage that you build in rest. When we have rest, that for me is where my inspiration comes to me. It's the time where my conscious kind of takes a back seat, that conscious mind, and my subconscious kind of comes forward. I did used to teach lessons on this, and I really, really loved this, the idea of the conscious versus subconscious. And when we're keeping ourselves busy all the time, if I'm always in creation, if I'm always recording my podcast episodes, there's a really good chance that inspiration, that revelation from God is going to have a hard time coming through. But in this seasonal,
I hate to, I want to give myself any credit here, but I feel like, and it's almost like negative credit, but I feel like, well, all this podcast has been thus far because she waited so long to put it out, has been backtracking as to don't be mad at me when I quit this, because she posted about it on like Instagram when she was excited at the studio and she was recording stuff in Utah at some point she was going to like have like a, you know, more professional background. And then she decided to just do it at her house, which I think was the right move. But, you know, it's almost like she decided she doesn't want to do it. So all of this is like to prepare everyone that I'm not going to do this because she doesn't want to be called out for being like lacking integrity, which is something that I've said about her before, because she always talks about, oh, I have so much integrity, and you have to have integrity, blah, 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 blah. But then she's like quits things and that's normal behavior. People quit stuff all the time. There's nothing wrong with quitting. And I feel like she's trying to like preemptively ward off the criticism. Who cares if I or anyone else says, oh, you lack integrity because you've quit, you know, a bunch of stuff that you've put online? It's like, who cares? Like, who cares what I say, really? I don't know if she's like listening to me or anyone else, but I think that's why she's like insecure about it, because it's like, oh, the haters are gonna say that, you know, I'm quit something. It's like, okay, yeah, we will. Who cares? You know, move on with your life.
Thinking, I had to chuckle, and I'm like, man, every season I'm gonna look back at these seasons over time. And it's literally going to be like a chapter book to my life, starting at this 41st year. And this first season, I can't help but laugh. This first season is likely going to be a lot of me doubting myself and then overcoming that doubt.
Okay.
It is.
Yes, if you want.
And if it feels redundant to you, can you imagine for a minute how redundant it is and feels in my own head? And
thank you, Wild Juniper Art. Thank you so much. Wild Juniper Art picked a pair character lifting some weights, saying, "Keep it up." I'm trying. I'm tired already. These are threes. A white room with white weights. I am trying to apologize on YouTube. This is the place to do it and the way to do it. Thank you, Wild Juniper Art. I appreciate that. And for that, I say,
this man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time.
That, my friends, was Dean Graziosi she was speaking about. Isn't that weird? Okay. Thank you, Wild Juniper Art.
And the fact of the matter is that I know this is the same for you. I know that I'm not alone. So hopefully, in listening to this, again, you're able to find a part of you that you relate to. Or I guess in listening to this, I hope you're able to find pieces of my story that you can connect to. And through connection, you can feel human and you can feel like, hey, if Heidi can find happy most of the time, so can I. It's so funny because I always felt like I wanted to do a podcast. And I felt like this was the place for me because Instagram, which is where I've traditionally showed up, just does not give enough space to showcase the depth of who a human is.
Human.
And now that I'm here, I'm like, oh my gosh, it is really, really scary to go this deep with you guys. And I think I'm also, though, part of it is I'm in that space of my life where for the first time I am realizing that, and I think this is part of why, what I'm about to say is why I do feel a significant amount of stuckness before I record an episode, because I used to only ever share every single bit of my life. So from the time that I was on social media, I had no social media prior.
Also, Taylor, shout out Taylor for 14 stinking months. Woo! Hold on. We got a lot of 14-monthers in the house tonight. Taylor says, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." Okay, let me do that in the better voice. "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. And for that, I say,
you're not Mel Robbins. You'll never be Mel Robbins.
Also,
a quote from my Insta.
Okay, back to it. We're getting through this. We're slogging through.
Prior to me being on the show. I didn't have a Facebook. I didn't have a MySpace. I had nothing. I didn't have a Twitter, literally nothing. When I was pulled from behind the camera, managing the business side of it, to in front of the camera, maybe this is new to some of you guys, it was really terrifying to me. It was not a thing that I ever wanted to do. And it was the thing that it was an opportunity that was presented, an ask that was there. And truthfully, I struggled saying no to anyone ever in my life at that point. So of course I said yes. And part of that phase of my life came with a recommendation from our publicist to, hey, you actually need a social media. You need social media. You probably need a blog. You need these things to prove that you're not just Chris's wife. So social media started at a time for me where I was in the middle of having babies and raising my family and creating this TV show, creating transformation with Chris. And all I ever knew with social media was sharing every single bit of my life, right, wrong, or indifferent. Maybe part of the reason that's all that I knew, or that's what I did, is because I never really spent the time looking to see what anyone else was posting. And I also never could conceptualize the number of eyes that were on my page. I still have a hard time with it. Like when I see 500,000 follows on Instagram or whatever it is, 570, 560, I don't really understand how many people that is. Like, I don't think I've ever had a picture in my head of how many stadiums that fills. So it's not real. I also only see so many names like on repeat. So it does not feel real. It never has felt real to me. And so because I feel like I'm posting for an audience of one, which is myself, I have traditionally and historically blasted every bit of my life.
Now, I disagree. Like, I agree with her what she says. Like, it's hard to conceptualize 500,000 people. Like, that's how I feel with a camera. Like, I don't feel like if I was in a stadium of people right now talking to 295 people, I would be like, or not even a stadium. Oh my God, like a little hall. I would be very nervous. But because it's like a camera and like there's no one in my room right now, it's like, okay, it's not that scary. So I agree with that in the sense of social media to me doesn't feel real all the time. Now, I just post for myself. I don't believe that because it's very curated. It's edited many times with an editor, and she's doing tips and tricks, and there's thought going into this. She's not just posting like her oatmeal and going, good morning. It's like there's people that do that. And she's not one of them. So I don't buy this, this is why I overshare. It's like you're trying to appeal to as many people as possible. Like, oh, parents, here's my parent content so you can relate to me. Oh, you want to lose weight? Here's my story about this. Oh, you had anorexia? I've had anorexia. Like, here's my story about this. Like, it's fine if you want to share that, but it's not because you just didn't know. It's because you're trying to reach out to those people and bring them into your page. Come on, let's be real here.
It was so much fun for me to use it as a memory book and to record some really special moments. And I would sit at night. I remember in Chris's in my old house, like he would go to bed and I would stay up at night when the kids were all asleep, and I would take the videos from the day and I would literally sit there and cry happy, grateful tears as I would post. As I would technically curate, if I'm being honest, you curate it, right? We put it together in a story the way that we love it. But as I would post and remember the day, and it was really, really special to me. And I still have times where I will go back to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and see these amazingly elaborate stories that feel and are for me, they're more of a memory book for me than they ever were content for you.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe that.
And they were very real moments. Very, very. And I think I even showcased mean mom Heidi. I would showcase me yelling because it was real or whatever it was. But that habit of posting all of the intricate details of my life so that I had something great to remember these moments did have a negative impact down the road in that Sometimes I felt like I was casting pearls before swine. And I think my eyes were really opened to some of the hate and bullying that exists out there when Dave and I were dating. And when Dave was going through a really hard time, I actually had no clue. I had no concept that any of that existed. None. I was completely oblivious until, what year was that? I think it was 2022, just last year, when 2022 hit and Dave was going through some really hard things. My eyes were opened, and some of
So in 2022, you knew that people had different opinions than just blind worship, and that Instagram's not a family photo album. I don't think so. I'm not buying this narrative. Now, bullying and not buying the bullshit, I think, are two different things. And I'm sure that they received negativity. And if they sought it out, for sure, they received negativity. Like by going on Reddit or watching, YouTube videos, for sure. There's no doubt about it that there's negativity being, sent their way or being discussed in relation to them. But what's the alternative is what I always think. What's the alternative? We all just take the influencers bullshit and go, delicious. I can't ever say something that I disagree with because, well, that would be mean and they might, do something bad if I say something. It's that's not, is that fair? They can say whatever they want, but everyone else has just to consume it, or I have to go make my own content about my life. I don't want to. I don't know. It's just weird. What are the rules? There are no rules really, but everyone's got an opinion about it. And what's the line? And it's hard. It is hard. But when people start to complain about bullying, about what they've shared online, it's you got to know that that's part of the deal. You're opening yourself up to criticism. It's like going on, American Idol. You're going on American Idol. If you're a bad singer, they're going to make fun of you on the show. You're signing the form while you're, auditioning, or you're signing up to be judged. You're signing up to be criticized, to be praised, whatever it may be, but you're letting it go and you're part of the experience. And I think that's what an influencer doesn't understand, or they pretend they aren't aware of that they're signing up for that. And that's why I get so upset when people do it to their kids, because you're making a conscious effort as an adult to go out there and face criticism. Don't put your kids in the line of fire, because that's what's going to happen. You can't control an entire population of people. Just that's history. Okay. You cannot control everyone's thoughts. It won't work. To throw your kids into that's where I get upset. I'm why would you ever? It takes thick skin to survive in this atmosphere, and then to throw your children in, I'm okay, that's a miscalculation on your part. Anyways, it's get over this. This is never a fight you're gonna win. Everyone should just love me. Everyone should just eat all my shit and buy all my products. It's not gonna happen. So if you can't handle it, Heidi and whoever else, myself included, get off and have a private life.
My privacy was invaded, and there were some things that were scary. I felt like a security threat to me and my family. And that was I thought it had just started. And I remember crying. I'm what's happening? And Dave was Heidi, I said, why are people doing this to me? Why are they just starting? And he said, Heidi, they've always been doing this. You just had no idea that it was there. And I'm wait, what? And he's yeah, I've always known that it was there because it was a part of my life before you. And he had always kind of tracked it himself where I didn't. And so experiencing the bullying that can happen, and yeah, it hurts me. If I actually take the time to read the comments, it definitely hurts. I'd be lying if I said it didn't, right? Because even though 90% of it might not be true, and it's someone just poking at me.
And also, I don't advocate for commenting on anyone's stuff ever. If you want to say something, I always say, make your own video, make your own post, make your own thing, so that you're not shoving it in their face. If someone chooses to go read criticism on a blog about themselves, that's their own choice. But commenting and they happen to go and they're looking on their thing and now they see a hate comment, okay, that could be hurtful. Do I think they should still be able to handle it? Yes. But I think that is where I would never comment on Heidi's stuff or like Dave's stuff or anything. Like what I did here is my own thing. If they wanted to seek it out, that's their business, is my kind of rationale.
There are times where what haters or bullies say trigger an insecurity in me, no matter how tough I am. Like I'm a very tough person. I grew up with 3 brothers and a very tough father. And so I would say I have much thicker skin than most people. And I know that if I read comments that people make that are just mean, flat out mean, there's a really good chance some of it's going to get to me. And so what I decided to do, I know the stove is hot. I've burned myself on the stove. I'm not going to freaking go by the stove, right? So I do not listen. I do not read the comments because I have decided that the people in my life whose opinion I care about are the people who actually know who I am. They're the people who have walked by me, who have helped pick me up when I've fallen. They're the people who have proven to be true friends.
Then be
right?
with them.
And
Why
another thing I realized about what people say, if I focus on what they have to say about me, if I live my life trying to prove the haters wrong, if I'm actually inside of what they're writing and I am triggered by something.
Give an example. I want to know what the example is. What's something that they've said that hurts you? Because when she messaged me on Instagram, she said, I'm so funny to me. She's like, you are so funny. Okay, I'm confused. What's your line? How about you say like, it's when people talk about my looks or they talk about my weight or they talk about my personality. Like, what is it that bothers you so that, you know, I feel like I'm lacking a little context here. I can read between the lines, I guess, but like, I don't know. Yeah, KT, thank you so much. KT says, why'd she reach out to Keya? Yeah, I don't know why she did. I don't know. It was a weird time. That was when Dave was still alive. She had reached out to me because I was blocked by her at one point, which, hey, that's your choice too. I don't care. And then she unblocked me and messaged me and said, oh, sorry, that was my team that blocked you. My bad. You're actually really funny. I watched some of your stuff. And I was like, do you want to come on the stream and talk at some point or do an interview with me for the channel? And she's like, oh my God, I would love to, but I don't want to talk about like the Hollises, and yeah, we should do something. I was like, okay, let me know. I'm down. Like I will, whenever. And then all of a sudden, nothing ever again. So I don't know what happened. I tried. I'll keep trying. But yeah, I don't know. Am I a hater or am I not? I would love to know who she thinks is a hater because I always think I'm being called out, but maybe I'm not.
It's okay to cry.
I'll just cry about it later. It's fine. Thank you, KT. Okay, we're almost there. Not really. We got a lot left. I'll shut up now. Let it roll.
And I'm then on my social media trying to do something different to show them that no. Then all that I'm really doing is I am pulling myself further away from what God wants me to do. Where if I don't know that they're there, and if I know that they're there, but if I don't read what they write, and if I trust that God has me in a place that he has me in for a very divine purpose. And if I walk into that light instead of spend time in the dark, hellish abyss, right? If I'm walking toward the light, I believe God will guide me. I believe he will fill me. I believe he will tell me what I'm supposed to do. But I only have so much energy on this planet. And I get to choose what to do with it. And I do not believe that God put me on this planet to listen to people talk negatively about me or my family or my friends or really negatively in period. Okay. I do not believe God put me here to sit inside of that. I believe he put me here to be light. I believe he put all of us here to be light. I believe he put all of us here to amplify and nurture our gifts. I truly believe he put us on this planet to make our gifts known and to help other people with them. I do want to back up because what I was saying, why I brought up the haters, is that I do feel stuckness. when I'm beginning a podcast. I want to circle back.
Again, like this is like, I almost let bullying take my power away. And it's about like how she almost let the bullies talk her out of this podcast. All you've said this whole entire time is, I don't want to do this podcast. I have all this like anxiety about the podcast. And then when I try to think about recording the podcast, I get nervous and I get sad and I get angry and it makes me horribly upset. Maybe the haters are trying to help you. I think a lot of the hate that I see on Reddit, some of it's ridiculous, some of it's annoying, and everyone talks about it, how annoying it is. Like they're talking about her looks or whatever, and it's like excessive. And I get that, and I don't really think that's helpful at all. But a lot of it is like what we've been talking about on this episode, which is like, hey, you shouldn't feel pressure to do any of this stuff. Why, if you want to be a mother, like you say, and I actually listen to like what she's saying. I think all of us do listen very intently to the content and go, okay, what she's saying is that she doesn't want to do this. Okay, here's permission from the viewers, the haters. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Don't let people pressure you. And then she's like, hate. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but it's like, what if these people that you call haters were actually helpers? What would they be helping you do? See that this is unnecessary? Maybe.
Because I started on this whole bullying hater tangent because I was saying this has something to do with the stuckness. Not their words. It's not their words create stuckness in me because I don't know what they say. And I actually, to be totally honest, I have a team that goes in and manages that for me. So if you're one of them, I don't even see what you say. So my team might, but I don't.
I thought she didn't have a team anymore. She said she got rid of them all. Also, she sent me voice memos with her voice. So I know 100% it was Heidi that was the one speaking to me, just FYI, in case you were wondering.
Because what you say does not matter to me. But it matters to you. And I feel bad for anyone that is in there saying hateful things because that it's only pulling them down.
Okay.
What I was saying though is I had the realization a while ago within this past year. So since Dave passed, I had a major realization that not everyone deserves all of me. And I have chills saying that. Because I want my daughters to hear that. This is what I try and teach them now.
My sons, they don't matter. It's like, I want my daughters to hear this. But my sons, no, they need to give all of themselves all the time. Okay.
Not everyone deserves all of you. All of your beauty, all of your light, all of your grace, all of your kindness, all of your love. Not everyone deserves it.
Yeah.
You deserve it first and foremost. I deserve mine first and foremost. And now knowing what happens when you actually cast pearls before swine, because man, there was some really beautiful pearls that I threw out into the world. And then there was some swine, these bullies, these haters that really muddied them up, right? And it was a beautiful lesson to me that I get to.
Okay, in case I was wondering, because I was wondering, what does pearls before swine mean? If you say that someone is casting pearls before swine, you mean that they are wasting their time by offering something that is helpful or valuable to someone who does not appreciate or understand it. You do not value what should be valued. I was casting pearls before swine. Okay, so her amazing self-help tips from someone who claims that she's basically miserable most of the time. We just couldn't see that was really truly pearls, her self-help fitness tips, I guess. I don't know. It seems a little rude. Like, shouldn't you let your viewers decide what is valuable to them? Like if someone disagrees, like, okay, let them be on their way. I don't know. It seems like very mean to say like, oh, my nutrition tips. I'm not saying you can't, but like someone with no expertise and someone who's suffered with an eating disorder giving nutrition tips is somehow the best thing in the world, and that people who don't think that it is are idiots. Like, I guess, whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. I don't know.
Reserve the best parts of me. I get to reserve the deepest parts of me. I get to reserve my relationships, my dating life.
Girl, no one asked for your dating life or relationships. You're the one who shares that. You're the one who wants everyone to know everything. Get a clue.
To reserve that. I get to reserve the moments that I have with my kids for me and for them. And I don't have to share them, because behind that 569,000 person number.
Okay, now she knows exact. She's like, I don't even know what number it is. Now she knows exactly how many followers she has. She's like, I don't know, 500 something. Now she's like 569,000, and 104 this morning. Like, okay.
Number on my Instagram following is not all people who know yet how to handle nice things. It's like that Taylor Swift song. This is why we can't have nice things, because you break them and I have to take them away.
What are you talking about?
And it's awesome.
Didn't you? So the haters forced her to take away her amazing gifts and her amazing whatever. Like, I don't even know what she was selling, like products, like workshops in, Arizona once a year. Because of the haters, she got to take them away. Okay, I guess. I don't understand this concept. Like, if it was so she talked about it, how miserable her businesses were for like an entire podcast episode, and how much she just wants to be a mom. Okay, so actually having them being taken away is a blessing for you, as you've said. She contradicts herself so much.
I mean, I think we're all learning. And that's the thing that I am learning. But I do think as a result of it, when I'm going to do a podcast, there are times where I'm like, okay, what's too much? What's enough? What do I need to teach? What should I teach? What am I meant to teach? And how can I make sure that I'm no longer doing what I did before, where I'm taking the most sacred parts of my life and throwing them out there for the world? How can I convey beautiful sacredness without muddying my own shiny objects? Like, how can I keep what is sacred to me sacred? How can I protect in the future a relationship? Well, I can choose what I share and what I don't.
God. Okay. I just want to say happy birthday to Gio Regia, aka Georgia, with this space in between. Thank you so much for joining on your birthday. That is more than necessary. No apologies needed. Gio Regia, aka Georgia. Hi, Keya. Sorry I missed most of the lives. It's my 24th birthday. I need more apologies. I need you to be more apologetic, please. That's for you. That is actually, here you go. Happy birthday. And thanks for spending some time with us on the channel. That's so nice. That's very nice of you. Now go party and make a wish, and all your dreams will come true.
I love selling stuff online.
Sell some stuff online. Also,
you are smart, but you aren't this smart. Get off your butt.
This is inspiration for you, okay?
I'm going to stomp you.
Tell that to everyone in your life today. Gio Regia, okay? And you will succeed in this 24th year. Happy birthday. Okay, bye. Back to it.
Yeah, so maybe season 1, you guys are getting all the lessons that I've learned. I know I've said it before, but when I date again,
we don't
I
care.
will not be sharing it online.
Good.
I won't.
Awesome.
And in fact, you will know who I'm not dating by seeing who I post. That will be...
That makes no sense.
You will definitely see who I post, and you need to know that is who I'm not dating.
Okay. Cool.
Because I want my future relationship to be sacred. I want it to be special. I want some of those moments with my kids to be sacred, and I want them to be special. I want them to feel sacred. I want them to feel special. My kids are very bright and they are very light, and not everyone deserves them, right?
Keep them offline, Heidi. That's what the haters have been saying for years. I've said that forever. Keep them offline. She posts them in bed. She posted her daughter like in bed constantly. Stop it. Like, no one is, that's not, oh, you don't get to see that. Good. We don't want to. No one wants to see that except for like insane people who are disgusting. Like, no one needs to see your kids. And if it's like some person who doesn't have a devious thing about it, it's a parasocial relationship with a child. That's not healthy either. So again, get a clue, keep your kids off. And she's got her kids on there from like, after she posted this podcast. It's like, you're not even listening to yourself. It's annoying.
And I want them to feel like they deserve themselves. Now, I know I said I was going to do a future podcast on creation. And what's interesting is this was going to be the day that I recorded the podcast on creation. Because you guys, there is so much good on the idea of creation. But I am now 40 minutes into this podcast and I have not even touched on any of the amazing stuff that has inspired me recently around the topic of creation. So I think I'm going to have to save that for another day. What I will say is this. I want to end by inviting you guys. I wish I had a link. I don't have a link. I don't have a code. But I want to invite you guys to do this really cool thing that Kara, my friend Kara.
God, Kira and Kara. I don't care. How about that? I don't care. Just Harper Gray, welcome. Thank you so much. The Mango Frequency for 9 months. OMG. Okay. For you, Just Harper Gray.
The Mango Frequency.
That's for you. And also,
the knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
Amen. Okay. We're so close. We're so close.
The one who went to optimize with me, she introduced me to. So this was that night that I was feeling super stuck, the night that literally she unleashed me. And one of the ways she unleashed me was by, number one, I was seeing her be bold and feel, I was watching her be bold and I was watching her give herself permission to be authentically who she was. Like even how she spoke to me, I was like, who is this new Kara? I loved it. I loved it. It was like she was living into who God made her to be. And I saw her, I witnessed her in her own creation, which is why I want to talk about creation, and I'll get to it, I promise. But she actually guided me to this thing that I feel like everyone here needs to do, okay? She had me download this app. There is a cost if you want to unlock parts of it. And I did pay for it. I don't have a discount code. I'm not getting a kickback on this.
Oh my God.
But it's an app called My Human Design. Jesus. And this might sound really weird and really astrological because it is very interesting. But inside of this app,
nothing's new anymore. God, it's so predictable. I'm sure people, when they heard me talking when I was going through my self-help spirituality journey, as they say, they were like, God help you. Like, I did human design. That's what my life coach liked. I'm a manifesting whatever queen. I don't know. It's all the same. Like if you have trauma and you're not addressing it, like, oh, you're going to be told to do human design, breath work, cold plunge. God. It's so, what's the cliche? It's so cliche. Nothing's new about this. They all think that they're the first ones to discover all these things. And it's like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. She's going to be doing yoga next. She'll be like, I never knew that yoga was so great for you. It's like, oh my God. So bored.
App. You enter your name, you enter your place of birth, you enter your time of birth, and it actually spits out what they say is your human design.
They say.
And in it
if you want to watch a video about this, Camelia and I did a video about human design on Cringefluencers. I'll show you what it looks like. It was one of the last ones that we did before we paused the channel. We don't have to watch it right now, but like if you want to watch this later, on this channel, Cringefluencers, and there is new life-changing shiz coming soon. This is a perfect time to subscribe to this channel. It's over here. Skeptics discover their human design charts. So basically, it's like explains. I do it for Cam, and I look up her time and whatever, and we go through it. And I think it's not even that I think it's bullshit. It's a guy in like the 80s, I think, that just took all these different ancient practices and certain things and combined them and then said, this is this and this is this. And, the rest is history. It was a white guy from Canada, I believe. So if you think this is some ancient practice, it is not. It is very commercial, very capitalistic. So there you go. There it is. Projector, manifester. We covered it last year.
It takes you through these things. Like for me, it says, I'm a generator. I am someone who is here on this planet to generate energy. And I started reading through this thing and it was really beautiful. And it said, you are the one who lights other people up. You are also chosen. The one who, if you are not doing what you love, you are the one who will feel insanely stuck.
Yeah, other people, they just do things they're not supposed to do and they love it. That's what everyone thinks. Everyone thinks that's how I used to think too. Everyone who wasn't following their dreams at all times, by whatever, if you wanted to be a painter, but you were an accountant, you were somehow a loser that just didn't know that you should be following your dreams. It's I'm such an idiot. It was people need money. People need to live. People need to have relationships. It's not all about pursuing your career goals or whatever your purpose in life is. And it's the self-help stuff gets so in your brain. It got in my brain and infected it. And it's oh, this is a tip. I am uniquely, people like me are unique in that when we're not doing something we like, we don't like it as much. It's that's every person.
And then it said this really cool thing that said, if you feel emotion, if something feels off for you, it said, listen to your emotion, listen to your intuition because it is right. And they said there was something in it too about, listening to the advice of others. But at the end of the day, it essentially told me, you already know inside of you what you need to know. And it reminded me of that necklace that I wear that Dave gave me. I think I mentioned that here. It was the last gift he gave me before he passed. And that necklace says, everything I need is within me. And I do believe that. I believe everything I need is within me. And I don't mean that I don't need God, because I believe God is within me. And I also do believe and who knows, maybe this human design thing, I haven't gotten all the way through it. Maybe it's something that, hey, no matter what section they say you are and they have you read, maybe it's accurate and applicable to everybody. I don't know. But what I do know are the very few things that I read that reminded me that I am light, that I am a generator, that I have been put on this planet to generate energy in other people. And when I am living in my alignment with my God, when I am doing things that I know I'm supposed to do, I'm in the right place with the right people at the right time, I will be guided to where I need to be. It also reminded me that I'm not here for me, right? I'm here for God. I am here for universe, creator, whatever you want to call it. I am here. I am a tool in their hands to give information to you to help you live a happier, healthier life. I truly believe that. There was something I listened to recently that was talking about the purpose of life. And it was saying that back in the day, I'm going to jack this up, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because guess what? This is what my podcast is. It's me doing me. But it actually was saying that back in the day, the purpose of life, I believe they were saying the Buddhists and the religious higher ups of years ago would always talk about how the purpose of life is to live a life you love and you enjoy, right? The purpose of life is to find happiness, all about enjoyment, living a life you love, living it to its fullest.
I just heard this new thing the other day from the high priest Buddhists. Live a life that you enjoy. Okay. Yeah, this is jacked up.
And then over time, We have essentially shifted into this world. This culture has like molded us to believe that the purpose of life is to produce, and it's to be efficient, and it's to be enough, and to post more.
That's capitalism, baby. That's algorithms, baby. And that's the world you are choosing to live in. Purposely. You're on YouTube and on Instagram constantly. I feel you. I wish, it's not even I wish, I could get off of it too. I'm choosing to be here. Okay. So, I've built my own, torture chamber. But it's like, yeah, we know. This isn't life-breaking, groundbreaking information. I don't know. I think she feels like it is. Maybe it is for her, but it's like, yikes.
No, build these big businesses, all these things that we absolutely cannot take with us. And the more we fall into what society has told us is the purpose of life, the further we are pulled away from the things that bring us the most joy, the things that God, I believe, put us on this earth to do, the further away I am pulled from being a good mother, right? The further away I am pulled from being a good me, being a good daughter, like being a good Heidi. And to a friend, I was talking to my friend after I had listened to this podcast that talked about this. And I was saying, what's so interesting is I feel like we entered this world.
Just one quick thing. I have to say this.
Back to the swallowing. Knowing that the purpose of life is to live life to its fullest and to enjoy it to its fullest, right? And then over time, what happens as we become older and we experience the world and we realize that like, oh my gosh, I'm not lovable unless I show up as this, or I'm only worthy if I produce, if I make money, if I build a business, if I have a podcast that smashes it, right? You have all these thoughts that come into your mind that start to tell you you are only enough if you actually achieve. And so the further we get pulled into achievement, the more miserable we become and the more we climb the caterpillar pillar. That's a whole story for another day. There's a really great book called Hope for the Flowers. Go pick up that book, children's book, Hope for the Flowers. Instead of the hamster wheel, they call it the caterpillar pillar. So achievement is the hamster wheel. It's the caterpillar pillar.
I think and this is something that Rachel Hollis does as well. And I think Rachel Hollis does it better. She's gotten worse over the years. Honestly, she's losing the thread, I think, a little bit, or her touch. But this, I think, is not even quite the same. But it's like a very personal issue that she's going through currently, which is like she doesn't feel good enough, even with the podcast, even with a, at the time, successful, show, syndicated show. She doesn't feel good enough with, the 500,000 followers she does have. She doesn't feel good enough with like the body that she has. Okay, that's a very personal thing. She's like, the whole world feels this way. And it's a way, I think, to lessen the burden of you having to feel bad about it or change it maybe. But I don't think this is a universal thing that everyone, in this case, feels. Like, I think a lot of people have a podcast or never want to have a podcast and feel totally fine about that. I think this is her specific issue that she's now going to say, oh, this is a universal thing. And that's why I can help everybody because I've overcome this. And so therefore it's everybody's like, first of all, you haven't overcome it. Second of all, this is kind of a personal issue that is probably just, you should take care of.
Pillar. And then I feel like about halfway through our life, tragedy happens or something big and magnificent in a sad way usually happens that really adjusts our lens, that literally maybe even rips our lens off and has us fumbling through the ground, right? Without our glasses on, trying to find some lens to put back on. And when we put it back on, we have a whole different perspective of life. Now, this happened for me this last year. Obviously. Not just with Dave's passing, but with my own experience that I've talked about on here, my anxiety. And when I put on the new lens, I suddenly saw, holy shit, it's not achievement that matters at all. And in fact, this achievement, this staying inside of this hamster wheel, this climbing this caterpillar pillar that literally leads to nothingness and death, and it leads to soul death. This is making me miserable. And so then for me, and I believe,
girl, you're still in it. You got to quit this and social media. I think that's the final boss of her video game life. You got to quit. You got to beat the podcast boss. Done. Don't need to do it anymore. Quit it. No, it's fine. God will get over it. You got to quit Instagram. Okay. Hire somebody to make content about you. They can videotape you once a month and make content for the month, but you do not interact with it. You do not post stories. You don't post anything. You get a job doing something that you are interested in, working at a fucking local gym, working for a fitness brand that makes yoga mats. I don't care. Water bottles. You can be a marketing professional there. That would make you so much happier, I think. I'm just saying from the outside, again, as a non-expert, that to me makes the most sense here. Like what she's doing is trying to convince herself that while she's in the hamster wheel, that it's okay to tell people they don't need to be in a hamster wheel. And it's never effective.
believe for so many other people, that first half of your life or first section of your life is literally the first section of your life. And everything after that point becomes you undoing the wiring that we have spent many years creating that's told us that we are only enough if we achieve. And undoing the wiring that has told us that the purpose of life is to be efficient. The purpose of life is to hustle. The purpose of life is to build these businesses. And suddenly we're like, no, 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 no. This life actually ends. And the purpose of life is to love and be loved and to experience a life we love to our fullest, right?
So doing this podcast is,
and there was something so beautiful
it's not
about
you said it already. It's a million times it's not
the human design for me. So downloading that app, entering all my info, reading my human design, which again, I have not made it all the way through, and being encouraged and having the confirmation that I am on track right now. I am doing what I need to do. And while there are so many times in my life where I don't know if I'm on track, right? Or I kind of question if I'm on track, knowing at that deepest layer that even in that unknowing and that moment of fear, it's like, okay, this is what life is supposed to feel like. This is what being human is. Sometimes being human is being alive and being in creation and being on fire. And other times being human is feeling stuck and fighting what you know you're here on this planet to do and questioning whether you are actually qualified enough to do it. And I want to end with a quote that I've heard many times from many different people. This is not a me quote. If you have a calling from God and you know what he's saying, but you are terrified because you do not feel worthy, you do not feel enough, you do not feel qualified. I want to remind you of something that I think about all of the time. And it's the quote, God doesn't call the qualified. God qualifies the called.
Yeah, I don't like that line.
Have been called to something.
I don't know what it was exactly meant to be in the Bible or in the Christian context, but I feel like self-help has co-opted that phrase and just made it so that like, if you don't have $10,000, it's okay. Put it on a credit card and you've been called. Like, because you're watching this webinar right now, you are qualified to become a coach right now. And it's like, it's a way to take something that's supposed to be maybe a lesson for life, a way to think about things that, you know, you don't have to wait around for permission to pursue your interests or whatever. It's been taken and now used to sell you products and to sell you shit back to you. And I hate that. I don't like that. And it's like, I feel like, yeah, like don't bother learning about something or taking time to develop a craftsmanship about it. God can just say you're ready and go and start helping people. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. No school needed. Like, I guess so. I don't know. I don't like that. It just excuses all. Like, well, what are you qualified for? No, God qualified me. It's like, okay. I guess then we're all qualified, I suppose.
Being called to greatness is not unique to me. It's not unique to the people in your life that you perceive as great. It's unique to humans. If you are human, I want you to know that I know in the deepest layer of my being that you are called as well. Exactly. Now it's up to you to discuss with God or yourself, through yourself, what you are called to do. It is not up to you to decide whether or not you are qualified. It's not at all.
The government
and
may
if
have
you
a different opinion.
Blunt your calling because you do not feel qualified, you are essentially telling God that he is wrong. You are not trusting God. You are living in fear. And as you remember, I have said the opposite of fear is lacking trust. You are telling God you got it wrong. And I think
the opposite of fear is lacking trust. I don't think that makes sense. Boy Under the Bridge. Thank you so much, Boy Under the Bridge. Are you under the bridge right now? Are you safe? Don't be hit by the troll that's under there with you. Let us know. Boy Under the Bridge says, I am not a qualified surgeon, but I am called. So who wants to be cut up? Hell yeah. You don't want to turn God's, life plan for you down. So you better get that, scalpel and start chopping up some livers or something. I don't know. God told me to do it, so I must. It's actually insulting to him if I don't, according to Heidi Powell. Just write that on a piece of paper when you're getting arrested and just hand it to them. And then we'll see how these events shake out. Okay. Is the directions from your God, aka me, clear?
This spells cult, C-U-L-T. It reminds me of something from the war.
True. And again, thank you. Boy Under the Bridge. Oh, wait. No, you said the same thing. Oh, you said it twice. Thank you. Thank you 2 times. I'll give you another one just for that.
It hurts. It stings.
That's what the people that are your patients will say. From your unqualified surgery. Okay. Heidi, wrap us up, please, God.
I think we all know that God doesn't have anything wrong. So if there's one thing you walk away with today, well, I want it to be whatever you walk away with. But the last thing I'm going to leave you with is that reminder that God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. So maybe what you do today,
deep swallow,
or this week is think through what it is you feel you're called to do. And
murder.
In that, in knowing what your calling is. And I don't want you to feel like, well, he didn't call, I don't feel anything great. It's not a matter of how big, right? The magnitude of the calling that you perceive. I will say the greatest calling of my life, one of the largest magnitude is the calling that I sometimes get no appreciation for, and I sometimes get no validation, recognition for, and it is the calling of me being in my home with my kids.
Oh my God.
I created 4 beautiful beings.
She literally will talk about this every second of her life, how much her kids, she uses her kids for content. She uses her kids in her like paid ads or whatever. You appreciate yourself for being a mother and all of your content well enough. Okay. You have 500,000 people following you. Okay. Most of them are like, oh my God, I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. Oh my God, you're such a good mom. You're the best mom. You're the best mom. Give me a break. Oh, I get no appreciation for being a mother at home. Okay. We are begging you. The haters are begging you to go home and be with your kids. Stop this nonsense.
And I continue every single day to create 4 beautiful beings, both their body and them spiritually. That is a massive calling. And if you do not have kids, if you're listening to this and you do not have kids, I want you to keep in mind that you being a light in somebody else's life, you being that candle that can go light their candle, that's a calling too. So there is no calling too big or too small. There is just what is. So I would love to know if you can please share with me. Go share on my social media. Email me. It's podcast@HeidiPowell.net. Share what your calling is. If you're confused, if you don't know, if you have questions about it, I want to hear. There's no wrong answer.
Girl, I thought your team was the one who reads your comments. What are we going to comment about if you don't even read the comments? I don't even read the comments from the haters. I hate comments. I don't even look. Please share your deepest desires with me in the comments. I really want to read it. I can't wait. It's like, oh my God. Within the same podcast, get your facts straight.
There's no wrong comment. There's no freaking wrong podcast.
There's no wrong comment.
This podcast is right. And this podcast is exactly what it's supposed to be. You guys, I love you. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for traveling this path with me. Thank you for
you hate us.
Letting me show up in all of my messiness, because there's so much messiness. And I actually was reading something at one point that said to be feminine and to be a woman is to be messy. And so as someone, me, who has oftentimes had an amplified masculine side with all of the things that I do, how I kind of rule the home, it is actually quite beautiful for me to, for once, be messy. I've never let myself be messy. I've always been put together.
No.
So thanks for joining me, and thanks for being messy. Thanks for sitting in my messiness with me and for loving me for all of it. I hope you know I love you. I see you. I hear you. I appreciate you. And I can't wait to talk to you next week.
You've said the entire time otherwise, that you actually despise speaking to us and that it's causing you great stress. But okay, yeah, totally. You seem like really into this. Oh my God.
I've been an alpha female.
I don't know. I was not planning to do that. I sort of was like, I was led by the chat to watch that, and I'm not unhappy that we did, but man, I can't do it again. Probably. That might have been my last one was the limit. I thought this one is for real the limit. I think that was difficult to just focus on for any amount of time. I hate to say. I don't hate to say. I love to say that was boring as hell. Another meta. This podcast that I'm doing right now is the podcast in which I'm going to love on you. And I just want to talk about making this podcast. And I have to get the microphone out because I've got to tell you this really important thing on this podcast. It's like, tell us the important thing. We're on the podcast. This podcast is so important to me. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Anyways, I don't like it. I feel badly for her. I want her to get help. And I don't mean that like get help, Lizer. I mean like actually find happiness in her life. And I just do not find that that's going to happen with like doing a podcast for her. I just, that's just my 2 cents. I think she would be much, I think she needs to get off the internet. Again, I'll say that my treatment plan for her, get off the internet and just be at home with the kids for 1 year. Do 365 days. You can record every single thing, but do not post it. That is like the challenge, the no posting challenge. Heidi, this is for you. I know you love challenges. And at the end of the year, you can tell us all the lessons that you've learned in a podcast, in a long form video, whatever medium you'd like. You can teach us all, but we will believe you because you've taken 1 year away. Not taking any time off and going, I've found the key to life is taking time off and being at home. It doesn't make sense. You've lost your credibility. Take the year, do the work, AKA feel how uncomfortable it feels not to have people validating you. These 500,000 robots out there validating you, and feel how uncomfortable it makes you feel how horrible it makes you feel, and like insignificant, and then sit in that feeling, go to therapy, deal with that, and then you will be fine. I promise you. You have your kids, you have your house, you got your things going, you're smart, you can do it. Come on, cut this shit out. what you're doing right now is being misled by charlatans. You just need someone to talk sense into you, okay? Find someone in your life that can talk some sense into you. And it's not Kara, it's not Kira. They don't care, like I said.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, Sahari Monster, thank you so much. Sahari Monster says, oh, wait, it didn't come through. It didn't come through. I don't know if you said something, but if you did, thank you. And maybe this is old. Oh, it's like old stuff. Well, thank you from last time. Nap Fund.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are all old, right? Okay. Thank you. In perpetuity. Forever and ever and ever. Anyways, okay. So, what are we doing? So I got to sing my song. I'm recording with Cam this Sunday. We're going to do another episode of the podcast, which is forthcoming, which I will continue to update you about. Like I said, the date right now for the podcast to launch is in the new year. So we're working on it. We recorded a really fun, I thought, intro. So I'm excited about it. And we did like our first episode about like what the podcast is about. So ironically, me starting a podcast right after, ripping apart Heidi's podcast. But I think it's at least we have a focus and we have a framework, and I won't just be talking about God's plan for me and for Cam. So that's coming this week. I'm not sure what day, maybe Monday, perhaps. I think Monday, but maybe, or maybe Wednesday, but probably Monday. We'll do a Twin Flames stream. I'm very excited to tackle Twin Flames. It's something that I've listened to in the podcast from like a year ago, and then just watched the documentaries, and it's it's hot right now because everyone's getting up to date about it and all the background information. So we can go on their YouTube and watch some of their videos and critique the frick out of them because they deserve critique, and there's a lot of interesting topics to talk about. And I mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again. There's I only mentioned it in the Reddit. On Reddit. So if you want to join the Reddit, you can join the membership. Hey, perks. But there's an article coming out that Heidi was featured in, is going to be featured in, and I've also been featured in, and in the Wall Street Journal. And it's about the Hollises and the Powells, I guess, sort of tangentially. And I think this is my prediction. I don't know. I haven't read it. I did my interview with the reporter. He was very nice. I think I'm going to look like a jerk in it. I have a feeling, and it's okay because I am a jerk in a lot of regards. But this article is coming out, and I wonder how it's going to be perceived by the general public. But when it comes out, we will talk about it. We'll look at it. We'll read it, on the stream. And it's really cool to be in the Wall Street Journal for sure. But I just have based on the follow-up questions that he asked me, I was like, oh, this is not going to make me look very good. But it's okay because it's true. Nothing I said was untrue. I just think that certain things he picked out, I'm like, uh-oh, that seems a little bad. But okay. So when it comes out, it'll make more sense. We'll talk about it. And there's a lot of people that he spoke to. He told me kind of who he talked to for the article, and like a lot of familiar faces, including some that I think everyone will be really like surprised about and interested to hear more from. So I'll leave it at that. I'll keep the mystery alive because I haven't even read it yet. So we'll see. Thanks for being here, as per usual, as always, okay? Don't ever let someone dull your lights, all right?
Call the police. Call the psych ward.
And if you are also struggling this holiday season because you might not have a huge family, or, you have a smaller friend group and they're all doing stuff, and the people who are keeping you sane are, busy at this time of year, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I'm with you, girl. I'm with you. Whatever, I'm with you. And I don't know. It's tough out there. We'll get through it somehow. We always do. Am I right? Am I right? And then it'll be the new year all over again, and we'll be fine. We'll hit the gym. It'll be packed, and we'll just have a grand old time. Okay?
I'm going to stomp you.
And just tell that to your insecurities. Anyways. Oh, it's gold straight up.
This is gold, straight up.
We need to look at Craig too. I've been compiling some information, but I need to like call the law firm and get them to like confirm that it is our Craig Siegel who is actually got his like broker's license suspended. So I'm working on that in the background, but not as hard as I should be because I've been busy with other work, boring work. Anyways, happy birthday. If it's your birthday, shout out to everyone whose birthday it is this year and next. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Song time. And we got some new people on the list. Thank you for joining. We had to add them in really fast. And now we're going to pick a song, and this song is going to be the best song. One special vibe. Okay, I'm going to mix it up today. We're going to play a different song now because I don't like the voices in it. No. This is the first time. Oh my gosh. Okay. Mary. We're switching the vibe. Au contrary. We had like an electronic song and now we're going back to the country. And Anne knows what I'm talking about. Anne, that sounds like a country singer if I ever heard one. Anne Montgomery. Joms. Joms has one job, it's to make people laugh. Ain't it the truth? Joms will be cutting the lawn and actually cutting a rug. That means dancing, I guess, not laughing. Joms, thank you for being here as always. And Lisa B, you're here for free. Not really though, cause you pay a membership and I appreciate you. Thank you. Heather Hope, she ain't no dope. She's from Alabama and she loves El Cholo's Kid. I just skid around the room. That's how I get around. Can you relate? Not Jenna Cash? That Not Jenna Cash is also a band name for a country singer, I think. I ain't not Jenna Cash. And Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire, Folsom Prison. I ain't that. Starry Nights. Are you still here, Starry Nights? It's been so cloudy. I wish you were around and I wasn't a homebody. And we could go out on the town and walk around. Lindsay Walden, you know what walking around looks like. Yeehaw! Or maybe you've only been on a horse before. Hard to say. I don't know. Anyway, Jorbin, welcome to the Breakfast Club. Pancakes specifically. The pancakes that are featured are round, but we particularly like Mickey Mouse. Don't ask why. And Kimberly Harris smiles. Welcome back. You make me smile while you're on this track. Not the train track, this music track that we're gonna play again. Because Philly turned Texan. You know all about this. Oh yeah, and I also, like I said in the beginning of the stream, I went line dancing last night. I learned one. It was hard, but I did it. And I'm trying new things. And that's all I can say while I string on my guitar that I don't own. And Candy Dragon, I wish it was a candy wagon and you were bringing candies to my house and I could eat all the Sour Patch candies that exist in the world. Yeah. And Tiffany, slap my knee, you are so cool. Thanks for being here and the support. It means a lot. Carasoto, I just want to say one thing. You are a totally cool cat. Craig may say that. And I will too. Crystal G, how about you? Look into the crystal ball and tell me my future. Will I go on a date? Not likely. Damn, that's cold. Colder than Alaska tundra? Yeah. That was blistering, like a blizzard. It's snowing somewhere right now. Wish you were in Texas on the town. Chels Marie, where do you live? Do you go square dancing or are you a circle kid? Hey, Consul, thank you for your support and being here and gonzoling. It's not a word. What rhymes with Zell? Sell. Okay, here we go. A Consul, you make me sell my heart because I did a big old stinky fart. I don't know. Nicole Campbell, what do you think about that? I'm being vulnerable and farting all over the house, and I'm telling you about it because it makes me relatable. Everyone's like, please stop, it stinks. But I want to share myself with you on the internet, so I'm gonna fart and then I may regret. A Cheech, my final word to you. Cheech, preach it, teach it, and reach it. You can do it. Thanks for being here. Goodbye, everybody. See you in the next one. Peace out. Bye.